Hello everybody, welcome to the January 2022 tarot card readings for each zodiac sign. Thank you so much for being here. If you're new to my channel, my name is Jane. Welcome, super happy to have you here. Hope you guys had an amazing new year, had an amazing holiday. Hopefully you're able to spend it with people that you love, doing things that you love. Let's go ahead and get into it. So timestamps for each zodiac sign are in the description box in the comment thread down below, so you can quickly jump from sign to sign. Please check out your sun, moon, or rising sign, whichever usually resonates the most with you. If you follow Vedic astrology, you're welcome to check out your moon sign. Just know that I do use Western transits, okay? So everything is Western based. And for private readings, I am experimenting with a new kind of system. I haven't tried it yet. I hope that it works okay, but please make sure you read the description before you book so that you understand how it works, okay? That's everything. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. I hope you guys enjoy the reading. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. And before we really get started, happy birthday to all of you January Capricorns out there. I usually love Capricorn season. This is always a great time for me. So hopefully you guys are also having a great time in terms of productivity, in terms of your goals and things that you're hoping to achieve. Let's go ahead and get started. So the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, Queen of Coins, that's you, that's your card. So the universe just needs you to be you. It needs you to do what you do. It needs you to be that beautiful Capricorn, the embodiment of the Capricorn archetype, which is powerful and ambitious and strong and able to carry a lot, but also able to set strong boundaries, able to hold deep amount of emotion, able to withstand pretty much anything, right? It needs you to be in your own stability. This Venus conjunct Pluto with the Venus retrograde thing happening is really asking us to strip away places where we have been naive in the Venusian ways. Where have we been naive financially? Where have we been naive romantically? Where have we been naive in terms of our self-worth, our self-confidence, our self-respect? Because now is not a time for naivete, right? Now is a time for empowerment. And I feel like naivete on your part seems kind of almost like a conscious lie that you've been telling yourself because you didn't want to mature in a specific way, that there has been a withholding or a denial of opportunity. And right now the universe is saying, I'm not going to let you deny this opportunity for growth any longer. You have to push through. You have to mature, and you have to have faith, because that's what my Queen of Coins often represents. She is my embodiment of faith, that these seeds that are being planted right now in the dead of winter, sorry, Southern Hemisphere. I know that you're in the middle of summer, but in the Northern Hemisphere, the dead of winter, Capricorn season, these seeds that you are planting now will bear fruit. And I look at this tower over here in the environment, and it tells me that your plans are going to be disrupted somehow. Your expectations are going to be disrupted. Your mindsets are going to be disrupted. Something is going to come in and change the course of things. Massive realizations, massive acknowledgements of how far you've come. And I feel like you are in many ways leveling up. And I see this card that says a time for healing, which says that, again, this is the healing, the part of you that has denied growth or denied maturity in some Venusian component of your life. All right, now that could be money, it can be romance, it could be self-worth, it could be beauty, it could be indulgence in pleasurable and sensual things, it could be fairness and contracts and partnerships and, whatever Venus represents for you right now. She's going to speak to all of us in very different ways. We all have our Venus lessons right now. And it's time for you to really heal that part. And when I say really heal, I mean this is the calling card of saying you cannot avoid this anymore. You have to go deep with it. That's what Pluto does. And Saturn, the rulership of Capricorn, is absolutely assisting Pluto right now in kind of blocking Venus, right? They're kind of blocking her from progressing any further until the naivete is dissolved or the lessons about the naivete are learned. And it is unavoidable. And the tower here, in fact, I don't even really see this tower as being like a sudden jolt or a sudden change. I actually see the tower as being a stagnation because of the Venus retrograde. And plus, not only that, we've got Mars in the 12th house still. All right, Mars will come into Capricorn on the 24th. So later on in the month during Aquarius season, Mars will come into exaltation, which for you guys will probably feel fantastic. But for the first few weeks of the month, it may feel like, oh my gosh, I don't have Mars energy. It may feel like everything is kind of in a hold up, foggy, veiled. We have this card here. But again, this is an opportunity for you to practice your spiritual wisdom here. There is a certain something to be said about someone who is going through a lesson and is conscious of the fact that they are going through a lesson. And therefore, they just go through it. And there are not all these extraneous thoughts. There are not all these, moments of anxiety. You just go through it. You go through it because you know that you need to go through it, even though you don't know why. And I have this visionary card over here, which says the capacity to envision what is not yet conceivable to others, a willingness to proclaim a vision without regard for personal gain. Right now, with the Ace of Wands, with that third eye chakra being illuminated here, there are new visions coming to the forefront of your consciousness. There are new desires, there are new drives, new ambitions. And this is all coming out. These new things are going to show up through January and February. The reason they're going to show up now is because you are no longer able to hold that naive place, that naive perspective. Okay? When you drop that, you have to level up. And when you have to level up, new opportunities come. And new opportunities come because the vision is more clear. Now, this first house, right? The body. I really like this for Capricorn as an earth sign. Okay? Earth, the body, they're intrinsically connected. And your body is going to be talking to you. There are going to be intuitive things that happen. Your stomach is going to feel a certain way. You're going to feel sexual energy. You're going to feel excitement. You're going to feel tired. You're going to feel pay attention to what the body is doing and how the body is really communicating to you. With so much activity in your first house, we've got the sun, we've got Venus, we've got Pluto, we got Mercury, we've got the new moon in Capricorn, we have Mars coming into Capricorn. So, we do have a lot of that happening, and your body is going to be highly affected. And it's communicating to you. It's not just symptoms of stuff. It's communications too. Okay? You're growing. Your third eye is on fire. I love this image so much. This is the Light Seers deck. I would say that after the Rider-Waite deck, this is my next favorite deck because it uses a lot of the humanness. There's a lot of human relatability with this particular deck. And I love that because I think we all know what it feels like when our brain, when our mind, when our soul is downloading, as we say now, right? We're downloading information. And we feel this clear stream of consciousness where there are no doubts. The fogginess, the haziness does not necessarily apply to the current moment so much as it applies to our ability to see the future. Now, the vision, don't get it confused, the vision or the visionary aspect still does not necessarily understand the how. And I feel like there is a significant lacking of how. And that's, I think, one of the things that Capricorn likes to know. Oh no, here comes my cat. Hold on. She may ruin the cards. Capricorn likes to know how things are going to be done. It wants to know the steps. It wants to know the strategy. It wants to know the evolution of things. There is going to be a need for you to surrender the control over how something is achieved, but you will still be able to hold the vision. Two totally different things. Here you are with that clear stream of consciousness, clearly delivering a vision for you, and you get to kind of embrace that. Now, when I look at the 5 of coins, and I've got the 2 of swords here, we've got the moon reversed, I'm kind of feeling with these particular 3 cards, I feel like things are weird. Like in your life, like stuff at work is weird, stuff with your relationship are weird. There may be some situation which you really can't see your way out of right now. There may be options in front of you, choices in front of you, and the moon, like the intuition, like if you try too hard with your intuition, it's probably not going to work because there's that forced quality that tends to prevent the clear or clarity streaming from happening. Too much effort in trying to understand where things are going and where things are headed may be problematic. This is going to be a real challenge for Capricorn to be the beautiful Queen of Coins Capricorn energy that you are, and to be in a state of flow. But that's really that's the archetype, right? I mean, the symbol of Capricorn is not only the goat, or like the mountain goat, but it's also the fishtail. So this is you, I think, tapping into your more watery qualities, your more deep emotion, your deep intuition, which we know you have, which is why you're always freaking right about stuff, right? So it's more the fishtail this month. It's more the swimming. It is more the flow. It is more, but with that, there is still power. There is still empowerment. It is the embodiment of your own faith, the embodiment of the wisdom that you hold, which says life is a mystery. Life is meant to be unknown. There is no, there are a lot of things we don't have control over, right? All those things you know. And there's a big difference between knowing things and embodying them. And this is your opportunity to truly embody them. Things won't go according to plan, though, with the Tower. I guarantee that. It's probably better for you to not have a lot of plans. Plans seem to be, I don't know, it's almost like laughable. Now, you can continue doing what you do, meaning you go to work, you take care of your kids, you spend time with your partners, you eat well, you exercise, like you do your normal things, you do what you do. But that's all you do, while holding the vision, while being the embodiment of the wisdom that you hold. You get to put your money where your mouth is. Now we have this King of Wands reversed, and we have this King of Coins upright. I sat with this for a minute before I turned the camera back on. I didn't get the feeling that this was other people. I felt that these were aspects of you. Now remember, what the universe needs from you is to be yourself. It needs you to be authentic. It needs you to be real. But I look at this King of Coins and I see kind of a complement to that Queen of Coins, because this particular king is very abundant, meaning he allows things to come to him. He's not necessarily the king, like the King of Wands is reversed. He goes out in the world in a highly masculine kind of way, goes out, makes things happen, pushes for things, makes those phone calls, sends those emails, and does all the things, right? He goes after it, but that's reversed. King of Coins is upright, meaning here he is kind of in a lounge chair, just like, I don't know, chilling by a fire with his wolf or whatever, and just like waiting for things to come to him. And I feel, again, the stagnation and the naivete that I mentioned before might really be that desire to think that there is anything that you can do to bring about things faster. And the wisdom is more in the surrender of control, in macro control, not micro control, because we all have a little bit of micro control over personal choices and habits and things like that. But in the macro, giving up macro control and allowing the universe to do its magic and allowing things like the Tower, allowing disruptions, allowing mindset changes, allowing all these kinds of things to evolve. Now, hold on. I gotta kind of let's talk a little bit about the astrology here, because on the 18th, we have Uranus going direct, and same day, the nodes move into Taurus and Scorpio. That's going to be a big day. If you do not have some disruption between the beginning of January and the 18th, I would be surprised. Again, it doesn't have to be massive external life-changing stuff. It could be internal mindset change, especially with Uranus involved. There's a lot with conscious mind stuff when Uranus is involved. So it's likely in places where you have been stubborn. Now remember, stubbornness is also an indication of where you are naive. All right, so something's going to break. Something has to break for all of us. Every single individual on the face of the planet is going to have some epiphany of some kind. Here's you just sitting back and letting that happen, letting that absolutely come to you. Because I think you're tired of being in these situations where you feel like you're at a loss, where you feel like you are, I don't know. I don't want to say as negative as saying on the losing end of things. But when I look at this 5 of coins, I know you guys probably can't see it because Miss Annie is covering it up. But with the 5 of coins, there is that quality of despair and grief and sorrow and regret. And it seems like that's something that you are really not trying to keep going in your life. And that this deep emotion here, this deep intuition is really guiding and molding you right now for the sake of really letting you free. 8 of Swords reversed. There is a lot going on with the mind, because even though this is an Ace of Wands, again, I'm sorry you can't see because Annie's sitting on top of it, but that third eye chakra, that fire in her mind, and here we have the Ace of Swords, which has a lot to do with clarity of mind. I feel as though, even though this is reversed, the reversal on this particular card is not bothering me for some reason, because I feel a subtlety coming through it. Freedom of mind, a freedom of the places where you are trapped. And you are trapped in some place. The question is have you known that you are trapped? Usually the trap is your own mind. It is your own fear. It is your own conditioning, your own programming, your own quality of insanity, if you will. It's your own brand. A lot of things are dropping. See, the thing I like about Venus conjunct and retrograde back and forth over Pluto within the Saturn-ruled Capricorn sign, the thing that I like about that is, again, Venus can't wiggle her way through this. She can't maneuver. She has to confront. She's getting hit up by two massive, powerful planets, one representing the deep subconscious or even unconscious, and one representing the reality, Saturn. You can't escape yourself. You can't escape your hang-ups. You can't escape your own denial. But going through that process, judgment. I love this card as well because I feel like the soul here, she's like liberating on a soul level. There is a soul quality liberation. There is this like epiphany, hearing the angels' trumpets kind of moment. And it feels like a beautiful release or a beautiful relief, if you will. Now, one of the things that we haven't talked about yet is Jupiter through Pisces, because on the very end of December, Jupiter enters Pisces. So we start the year off, the birth of 2022, January 1, Jupiter is in Pisces, in rulership, along with the other ruler of Neptune. There is limitlessness here, there is boundlessness, but Jupiter is an amplification of things, right? So he can amplify negative things as well. He just kind of comes in and acts as a big magnifying glass. And when he comes into Pisces, he is going to amplify the line between limits and limitlessness. And there's going to be a version of you that crosses over into the limitlessness, into the fearlessness, into the belief, into the hope, into the optimism. It's going to cross over into the vision that is not weighted down by the scripting of the world. That is the feeling of relief. Because in a way, the naive mindset, the naive belief is the belief that is conditioned. And you know that that conditioned belief will never truly serve you because it will always suppress you. Lot of confrontation of belief. Belief of self, belief of capabilities, belief of worth, belief of balance, belief of fairness, belief of deserving. A lot of confrontation there. And for Capricorn, that can be brutal sometimes because it is asking you to go bigger than your perceived world. To go bigger than that. Let's pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 30 minutes or more sometimes. Sometimes, let's say 20 to 30 minutes about these cards. So let's take a look. Capricorn. How do we clarify this Queen of Coins? What else does Capricorn need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Oh, I love this card so much. The Three of Cups. Beautiful. And the Six of Coins, also beautiful. And the Four of Swords reversed. Now let's look at the environment, which is the Tower card. Five of Swords. The Nine of Coins. And the Ace of Coins reversed. Okay, now let's pull out these. Now I know Miss A, I'm not going to move her. I'm just going to let her stay. So these cards might get a little bit messy. But remember, we have the Ace of Wands here directly under Annie. She must like that fire. Huh, baby? Little redhead. Loves the fire, obviously. All right, so for the Ace of Wands, another Six of Coins to match the Six of Coins here. I feel like the universe owes you a little bit. Like the universe needs to pay off a debt to you, karmically, energetically. Ace of Coins. Four of Wands. Five of Coins. We have the Knight of Cups. The Wheel of Fortune. And the Sun. See, I feel like your belief that everything has a reason, or your belief that everything is something you can learn from, at a bare minimum, you can learn from it. Even though that may feel a little like philosophical and maybe not really cure the issue that's going on in the immediate moment. But if you can continue to hold that belief that there will be something learned and that will be usable later on for the sake of your grand vision, you're going to be much, much better off. This is a test in your ability to hold a specific perspective. For the Moon, we have the Star reversed, we have the Knight of Coins. I feel like there's a lot of emotion being stirred up right now. A lot. A lot of things are surfacing. A lot of things. We have the Page of Cups. We have a lot of things that are just like, they're being stirred. Two of Swords. We have another Three of Cups. Looks like that. And we have a Strength card. And we have a King of Cups. Beautiful. Now for this King of Wands reversed. Seven of Cups. Eight of Coins. Page of Wands reversed. Interesting that the Fire reversed here. The upright fire is really in the mind. There's passionate mind, passionate consciousness, but not necessarily passionate action, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so for the King of Coins, we have a 10 of Cups and a 9 of Cups. And we have a Page of Coins as well. Page of Coins reversed. Hold on, I feel like this bottom one. Okay. Four of Cups. Oh, I accidentally pulled out four. That's fine. We got the Eight of Cups, the Chariot, and the King of Wands upright this time. These cards are really wanting to come out. Okay, so for the Ace of Swords reversed, we have a Magician reversed, Two of Coins, a Four of Coins reversed, and a Queen of Cups reversed. Eight of Wands, Three of Wands, and another Eight of Swords. And then we have the Lovers. Beautiful. Love the Lovers. So this is where we are going to begin. All right. For those of you who want to join, again, for the comprehensive, link for that will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much. You know I love you and I wish you nothing but the best. Take care. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the King of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. All right. Well, Miss Annie has decided to just sit right on his face. So there we go. There we go. King of Cups is under there, though. And this is a scorpionic card. Represents fixed water, which is Scorpio, which you have on the 10th house. You guys are perceived in this way a lot. And this really indicates empowerment, right? We just went through heavy Scorpio stuff. So like, I think we know what that archetype is all about. There's empowerment, there's creation, there's ambition, now when I say like control, I don't mean control over, other people. Hi, Miss Annie. I don't mean control over other people. I mean control over yourself, right? Self-dominance, self-control, self-containment. And there is this quality of just like untouchability, which has been a theme for the past few years. It really started showing up in 2019. And I think we learned a lot of lessons about untouchability since 2019, right? Like people can say or do whatever, but it's not really going to impact you per se, because you realize that many things are just projections that they are projecting over you, and therefore has nothing to do with you, right? So when you start realizing that a lot of things don't have anything to do with you, you start to free up a lot of your mental capacity, a lot of your emotional capacity, and a lot of things can be accomplished, and a lot of things can be invited into your life. Now, when we have the Hermit in the environment position, now this is an interesting card because I often feel that the environment is not providing a lot when the Hermit is there. Hermit and High Priestess, I don't know why those two cards specifically, but when they show up in the environment position, I feel like you could look in the external world all you want, and not a lot of information is going to be coming through in terms of which direction you should go, how to handle a situation. Like, you have to go inside. Now, when you look at this Scorpio card here, and see, this is also a Virgo energy. So let's look at how Scorpio and Virgo, like, where do these two archetypes meet? Two very different archetypes, but they meet in the middle somewhere. And I feel like that's really the key. See, this is a Mars-ruled sign. It's Mars and Pluto, but traditionally Mars. And Mars in Scorpio goes internal, down into the underworld. Virgo is about deep analysis. It is about kind of homing in on a very specific topic. There's a strong analysis or a strong specialization often in one area with Virgo, with the Virgo archetype. Not necessarily Virgo people, but with the Virgo archetype. And there is this like, I'm getting this like it kind of like goes from a wide spectrum down to a very, very, very narrow spectrum. But it's internal. There's something inside. There is something that must be accessed simply through your own awakening, through your own epiphanies, through your own quiet moments. It's not that you're really searching for answers, though, which is weird, because I don't get this like that Aquarius is out there trying to figure something out, trying to understand why all these things or whatever. I don't really get that feeling. But there is a gnawing to know, and you don't even know what it is that you need to know. It's not that you're like dead set on knowing about the future. I don't think that's the case. Maybe some of you are wanting to know why you are the way you are, wanting to understand a certain pattern in your life, trying to understand a certain trauma and how that's been impacting you. Maybe this would be the month to really like go into it, though. With Uranus coming through the fourth house, psychologically, there will be sudden bolts of lightning in terms of understanding, right? Understanding your past, understanding your roots, understanding your conditioning, and how that is manifesting today in your life now. We also have this disruption card, which tells me, this is like a tower card, right? So this tells me that there will be a disruption this month, but disruption, I think Aquarius handles quite well. That's your MO, that's your thing, right? Going against the grain, breaking tradition, going past what is expected, going against societal, we have the rebel card, right? Disruption and rebel. Clearly there is going to be some sort of a event or an epiphany or some sort of aha moment that really cracks things open. Now, one thing I love about this particular deck is that it has a light attribute and a shadow attribute. And I think I want to read both just kind of as hey, heads up, pay attention. Light attribute. Challenges authority to effect social change. Rejects spiritual systems that do not serve inner needs. That's what I love about the Hermit, is he does not ascribe to any dogma. I think in many ways he is the most free of all the tarot cards, of all the major arcana. He is the most free because he is human. He is here experiencing the physical form, but his soul is entirely limitlessness, and he abides and lives according to his limitlessness, which is what he knows, right? The world is very limited, so why look out in the world for any sort of answer? On the shadow side, this rejects legitimate authority out of anger, rebels out of peer pressure or fashion, right? A lot of people join, they do the social justice thing, they do the, whatever kind of thing because it gives them an identity, which is kind of not really the point, right? I think many of you are going to more be leaning into the light attribute though. But you may witness other people leaning into the shadow attribute, especially because we also have this lunar eclipse change card. A new start is coming, disruption, rebel, change. This really intense King of Cups. Like, you're going to need the intensity because I think your life is moving very quickly. For many of you, it's going to be a good kind of moving quickly, right? But there's never going to be a thing. There's never going to be a sign that says, yes, this is the right thing for you. It has to come from just a knowingness. It has to come from a following of the intuition. Now, one thing I loved about this particular set of cards is you got a whole bunch of pages, but these two pages, Page of Cups and Page of Pentacles, are reversed. And even the Three of Cups also reversed. Now, for me, these three cards often connect with other people's voices, or these are pages. They represent messages, emails, communication. They represent, like sometimes they can be like affirmations, or they can be validations or confirmations. And you're not going to get those. And the opinions of your friends, Three of Cups, please don't listen to them. I don't get a lot of positivity. Now, I'm not saying you don't have great friends, but I don't think they get it. They're not going to get it. They're not going to understand. You have to be completely willing to stand in your own right. Now, we know that Aquarius is very community-oriented, right? Whereas in the opposite side, we have Leo, which is very self-oriented. This is a Leo card. Literally standing in the spotlight, such a Leo energy. And it's about being one of a kind, not necessarily being one of many, which is very Aquarian. The uniqueness of an Aquarius really comes from that shadow Leo side. That one of a kindness really comes from Leo, right? This is your Leo shadow opposite sign coming through. And it says, stand in the spotlight, stand in your own self-knowledge, stand in your own celebration, stand in your own empowerment. Like, this is not a time to listen to other people. 12th house Mercury. Mercury does not like to be in the 12th house. This is a detriment house for him. Naturally rules the 6th house. He's over in the 12th. He's confused here. Now, I don't normally say that because I haven't been seeing a lot of confusion in the stars or in the cards lately. I don't think you are confused, but I also know that the interpretation, when it goes from someone else's perspective of you and your life and their opinions being filtered through their own life experience and ultimately being projected onto you, it's not going to translate very well. You're not going to receive it very well. You're not going to understand it very well. There are, notions of potential miscommunications, misinterpretations, conveying of meaning, like it won't be translated. And you have to be able to say, I'm going to block out this noise. I'm not going to depend on what I get from other people. I'm not going to depend on my friends' opinions. I am literally going to do this myself. Now, when I say do it yourself, I don't mean that you have to actually do the things yourself, right? You can ask for help when you need it. But when it comes to making up your mind, when it comes to coming to a conclusion about something, that is something you have to do on your own. You have to follow your knowingness. That is the hermit. That is why the environment around the hermit is so barren, because it doesn't want you to rely on anything else. And when I look at this Page of Swords in the very center of the reading, what I see is a true connection with the divine. And I'm kind of even weirdly getting, I don't have any idea where the heck this image is coming from. I'm almost getting the image. You guys know that old story of like Ben Franklin, like with the key and the kite and going out during a lightning storm, right? I'm kind of getting that quality with the kite and like the key. There's a bolt of lightning. There's a disruption. There's a mindset that will be 1, liberating for you, 2, confusing to everybody else, and 3, will catalyze your progress beyond comprehension. This is a mark of true self-trust. It's a test of true self-trust. And you could even think of it that way. How trusting am I really? I look at this love card. Love, compassion. Now, this may or may not be romantic love. It could be for some of you, but it doesn't have to be. I just think this is just love in general. And I think, honestly, fixed signs, Taurus, Aquarius, Scorpio, Leo, they are all getting big lessons in 1, control, and 2, love. And they are having opportunities to have their hearts cracked open. They are having opportunities to go beyond themselves. And I think in many ways, this self-trust is a way to go beyond yourself. Because maybe that has been something that has been difficult for you. There is this trailblazer energy. I'm reminded of a story that I heard. I can't remember the name of the book. You may have heard me talk about this before. It was like a Buddhism 101 kind of book. I listened to just an audio book once when I was on a drive up to Colorado. And I remember the story of them talking about, the student being in the boat or in the canoe, right? And you can paddle and you can go forward. And the canoe represents the Dharma. It represents all the knowledge and all the wisdoms and all the gurus and all the advice. And you can use that to continue floating down further and further and further. But at a certain point, that river gets so narrow that that boat cannot continue. You have to get out of the boat and walk down the path yourself. And I think this is a moment where you have to get out of the boat and walk down that path yourself. You have to be so confident to leave the knowledge, to leave the other people's wisdom, to leave other people's ideas and perspectives and beliefs and limitations. You have to be able to leave that behind. Because when I see this 10 of coins, I see things opening up so wide and so powerful and so beautiful and so rich and abundant here for you. Annie definitely has something to say about that. 10 of coins is like, 10 of coins can represent whatever you want it to mean for you. It can mean actual money. It can mean family and love. It can mean fulfillment and satisfaction. It can mean romantic love. Like, I don't care. You get to assign the meaning of the 10 of coins. That's your prerogative. Okay? So the 10 of coins is the all. And you get to, now one of the reasons why I told that little story about the boat, I never noticed this before. I don't know why I never noticed this. This girl is literally walking on a tightrope from one kind of cliff to the other cliff. You can't bring a boat on a tightrope. You got to do that yourself. You got to do that on your own, right? And look at where it's headed. Boom, directly toward the 10 of coins. And there is this electric quality, right? Disruption, even though this is a little bit of a different kind of a tarot deck, it's still the Tower card. And in the traditional tarot, we always have a bolt of lightning, right? So there's a bolt of lightning. There is an epiphany. There is something that will likely occur to you that is so off-brand, that is so different, that is so non-traditional, that is so rebellious, that it has to be the only way. And it's a decision that is made with the Lovers. Now, the Lovers, I feel more than anything, is a sense of wholeness and completion within you. It is an energy of the light within the dark and the dark within the light. The masculine, the feminine, the physical, the spiritual, whatever set of dualities you want, it's all here. It's all unified. And see, the Hermit, again, one of the reasons why I feel that he is the most free is that he can be in his physical experience, but also be fully in his spiritual experience simultaneously, that he is the true embodiment of both. And the Fool, I like that it's reversed because to me, it's like there's nothing naive here. There's nothing foolish. There is nothing haphazard about this direction that you're going, about this new start. It's all rooted in love. It's all rooted in self-trust. It's all rooted in self-empowerment, which the universe really needs that from you. It needs you to really believe yourself. Not to believe in yourself per se, but like to believe yourself. Believe your gut. I feel like all these things are going to kind of fall into place here the minute you step into this spotlight and you say, la la, like, right, plug your ears, cover your ears and say, la 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 la, like, I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. The sooner you do that, all these things are just going to kind of fall into place. 3 of coins, there are going to be the right collaborations, the right people. If you sit around and wait for them, they're never going to show up. But if you continue down that path, boom, there they are. You're going to realize how magical you are through taking full accountability and full responsibility for this direction that you say you want to go. You know what's really weird about these readings this month? Is like I'm just kind of sitting over here like I don't understand this story. I just don't. This is coming from such a neutral place for me as a reader. This may not make sense at the beginning of the month, but it may make a lot of sense at the end. I don't know. But this 3 of coins, collaborations, you doing what you do, following your creation energy, following your spirit, following your yes energy, right? The energy that keeps saying, yes, yes, that's the way, that's the way. Even though you have no idea where this is headed. And you won't have an idea as Mars moves through Capricorn. Even though Mars is exalted in Capricorn, he's still in the 12th house, which is very imagination oriented. So you're going to be operating in a dream space, in an imagination space, in a faith and belief and hope and optimism space for quite a while, couple of months. You're going to be in that space because you have to be in that space because that is the real creation space. I'm going to be honest, right? North Node moves into Taurus this month on the 18th. Same day that Uranus goes direct. Your 5th house, with the exception of Lilith, is pretty free and clear, but she'll be gone in a few months. So, I mean, your fifth house is pretty free and clear, which means you are free to create pretty much anything that you want. There are no limitations. There are no lessons or anything. Like, this is a free creation house now, so you can let yourself run wild with that. All right. Let's pull out clarifiers. So, for those of you who are new, the clarifier cards that I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive. We usually talk for like another 30 minutes about these cards. So, if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. So, let's go ahead and take a look here. For the King of Cups, we have the Five of Coins, Three of Swords, and Ten of Swords reversed. Doesn't this barrenness kind of mirror the barrenness of the environment here? Six of Cups reversed. Three of Cups. Oh, we got two more. All right, I normally only pull out three, but that's okay. And we have Four of Cups reversed and the Eight of Swords. Alrighty, so now let's take a look at the Page of Cups. Okay, Ace of Cups. My hands are so cold, but I don't have heat in my house because I discovered a gas leak. So all I have is like my little space heater under here, which is maybe why it's a little bit loud in the microphone, but I can like barely move my hands. All right, Ace of Cups. And we have a Page of Wands. Nine of Coins reversed. I want to actually clarify the Page of Coins directly underneath it before I go that way. Six of Cups, which is reversed over here. Knight of Cups. Four of Coins. Six of Wands. Oh, another Three of Coins. Beautiful. I love that. Queen of Wands. Four of Cups reversed. Another Four of Cups reversed, which mirrors the environment here. Three of Cups. King of Wands. Two of Wands. Oh, okay. What we got? Hold on. I can't take that many. All right. Well, the Eight of Coins definitely wanted to come out. Hey, Pooter. Okay. There we go. Now for the Ten of Coins. Five of Swords. I'm also getting an element of secrecy now with that King of Cups. Keep things secret. Hermit. I really, really, really would not talk about these goals and dreams with people. I really wouldn't. I would keep your mouth closed while you process, while you figure things out, while you come into understanding of things. Oh man, I just bent the card. Ugh. Ace of Swords. I hate when I do that. Ruins like the whole deck. All right, and then we have the King of Coins. Nine of Swords reversed. The Hierophant. Oh, I love the Hierophant with the Hermit. And even with the High Priestess, even better. And we have the Page of Coins upright this time. Okay, so this is where we are going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, get some added information. Again, we normally talk for about 30 minutes about these cards. Link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. All right. Thanks so much. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Pisces. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. Okay, this set of cards is speaking to me just a little differently than how they normally do. Little Miss Annie here, I guess, is going to join us. I don't know what's happening here, but we have the Seven of Swords reversed. We have the Six of Wands reversed, just because I know you can't see them. Let's go ahead and start with this card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Actually, I don't know that this is what the universe needs from you so much as it is what the universe needs you to be aware of, which is hard-headedness. I'm getting strong, hard-headed vibes from this King of Coins, very strong. I'm seeing a little arrogance here as well, and I'm not calling you those things, but it is very important that you treat your words with high level respect, okay? There's a quality of network. We have this networker card. Now I'm going to start with the shadow attribute here just to give this some color, okay? Shadow attribute conveys information only for personal gain, spreads fear and falsehood. I feel with this Mercury retrograde coming, now Mercury is going to come into the 12th, into Aquarius. It's going to come very close to Saturn, and then it's going to retrograde back into the 11th house in Capricorn. We have strong Capricorn activation. We have third house activation. This is a Taurus card, so we have to look at where Taurus is in the chart, which is your third house. Third house and 11th house have really strong social components, okay? We have a networking card. The social components of these particular energies, it's not about like going out and having fun, but it is about treating your network like gold, okay? With Mercury coming into the 12th house, and plus Jupiter is in your sign now, and sometimes you can get really ahead of yourself. The King of Coins hopefully is about composure. One of the scenarios that really came to my mind, and this may or may not resonate with you at all, and that's perfectly fine. If it doesn't resonate, just listen and hear me out. I'm getting this image of like someone like you being kind of gossipy with someone else, and that gossipiness getting back to this emperor, which is over here in the environment position. Now, this emperor can represent anything. It could represent a future boss, a future lover, a current lover, a potential client, someone who's prominent within your neighborhood or your community, whatever it is. This is someone important. And it's someone that I think you would like to have the respect of them. Now, I'm not trying to put them up on a pedestal. They're still just a human being. They are who they are. But they hold some level of prominence. Now, this is an emperor, which is a major arcana, versus a king, which is a minor arcana. All right. So there is something of status coming through. And for whatever reason, they hold a slightly, quote unquote, higher status within the community. So looking bad to them, not that we're here to care about what other people think. This is not really about them. It's not how they see us, but it's how we see us. And how this person sees us is a reflection of how we see ourselves, which is why this is important. All right? Because if they disrespect you, and when I say disrespect, I don't mean like they're doing anything disrespectful, but almost as though the respect has not been earned. If they do not respect you, the question is, were you so proud of those things that you did that cause this person to not respect you. There's a circular energy that is happening, and that is due to a Venus-Mercury retrograde coming up against Pluto in Capricorn in the 11th house. Okay, it has a lot to do with that. And you have to be aware of what matters to you. You have to be aware of how things spread. And we talk so often about energy and universal and unity, and we are all connected and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But sometimes we forget that we are also all connected via other human beings, that there is this human network, and that you know 7 people that know 7 other people that know this emperor or something like that. You know what I'm saying? This is a very important reflection because it's a question of, is Pisces going to truly level up to the person that they know that they are, which is reflected in this person over here. Very strong mirroring happening. There is an adoration of your emperor here because you know that that's ultimately who you are. Doing the right things for yourself, and I mean everything from basic stuff like your house, like the cleanliness of your house and the meals that you choose to eat. And I'm not talking about like societally, like driving an electric car and you have that like whole feeling of like, oh, I'm doing such a good job for the environment. No, I'm talking about treating yourself the way that a divine entity demands to be treated, with your food, with your thoughts, with your emotion, with the way you live, with the choices that you make, with the structure that you have. Now, you have to be a little bit better with structure in your life because Saturn is in the 12th house, which means it's unraveling. You're in this process here of reinvention, which is good because you can rebuild whatever you want. But it's kind of hard because you're kind of in between worlds right now. This emperor represents the becoming of you. And your perception of them, which has nothing to do with them. Again, this is just kind of like an empty filler thing, an empty filler person, and it just is what it is. But this person, your perception of them is ultimately the desired perception that you wish they would have of you. Which means you have to actually be that. Be very honorable with your words. Do not spread information and spreads fear and falsehood in sharing information. Like, close your mouth, because I'm not trying to like be rude or condescending or anything like that, but I'm just saying that if something negative exits your mouth, it will either backfire or it will get around to the person that you would hope it would never get around to. And that is how the network works. You have to understand the network. You have to understand the spiritual network as well. And you have to understand the energy that you are putting out there. The King of Coins is impeccable with his usage of energy. And he will only dedicate energy toward things that are good. There are neutral things. Like, for some reason, gossip is like a thing. And I don't know why I'm feeling that. But just with the network and the Mercury retrograde here, I feel like gossipy energy is like a thing. Plus, we have a Queen of Swords reverse, which is a Libra energy. And we know that when Libra goes sour, there's tons and tons and tons of like gossipy. Think Christine Quinn from Selling Sunset on Netflix, if you ever watched that show. Like a very Christine Quinn kind of quality. And we know that can go wrong very quickly. And I feel like if there is a connection here, or if some information gets into the wrong hands, the emperor will know about it like that. And will it sour a relationship? Quite possibly. We have an emotional loss card here. So when you wake up in the morning throughout January, and I'm sorry this is taking me so long to get out, but I feel strongly that this emperor is an important figure in your life because it reflects back who you want to be, but it also is demanding you to actually be the thing that you say you want to be. It's demanding that of you. You can't get away with things. You can't, swim around like little fish do, right? You can't just swim around the bad behavior and pretend like it doesn't exist. This is about honor. This is about high vibration. This is about power. This is someone who is highly disempowered. And they are gladly going to take people's power, especially when people are willing to give it to them. And they will continue to perpetuate this cycle of disempowerment. This is that gossipy coworker of yours. This is that neighbor who's super nosy, right? This is the person who can't mind their own business. This is the person who spreads rumors. This is the person who is just like this energy hole. And if there is an association with this person, there is a connection with the Emperor. I'm just telling you right now, there's a connection. This is not someone to trust with anything. Like if you're having a relationship issue, like a romantic relationship issue, and you tell your friend, it will get back to maybe your actual partner, right? Keep things private, keep things contained, keep things in their designated lane. Keep your relationship in the relationship lane, keep your career in your career lane, keep things separate. Okay? Need to know basis. That's it. Need to know basis. Because I feel like something is fragile right now. I don't quite know what it is. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something is fragile. And with the Seven of Swords reverse and a Six of Wands reverse, there is potential here, Seven of Swords reverse, for some kind of betrayal or self-sabotage action or situation that causes failure, Six of Wands. And it's connected with the Emperor somehow. Now, this can be avoided through your strength. All right, this can be avoided through your sense of containment. And a King of Coins is really good at containment. He's like a vault. And I think the universe needs you to be a vault right now because I think you have so many good things going on, Ten of Coins. Right? Like Jupiter coming through your sign through January, I feel like the ball's going to feel like it's finally starting to roll a little bit. It might not be perfect, might be a little stormy, all right? But see, Jupiter comes through and amplifies things. He comes through and makes everything bigger. So if you are dedicating energy toward negative activities, boom, Jupiter is going to ensure there is an amplification of that negativity. If you are conducting positive activities, same thing, amplification of the positive. This is self-control to the extreme. This is structure to the extreme. Like I say, start with basics, with the way you live, with the way you eat, with the way you treat your money, with the way that you talk to people or don't talk to people, with the places that you go. Very important. This person is watching. There is a connection. They see you. There might be a social media connection, Page of Swords. Now, I haven't used that definition for a Page of Swords in a very long time, right? That the Page of Swords is like someone watching you on TikTok or on Instagram or Twitter or whatever. Like they're watching. And they want to see you in your element. They want to see you as who you are. And the question is are you who you really are? Pluto and Capricorn energy can make things a little harsh, can make things a little dark. And sometimes people react to that. And they react in a way that is not really who they are. It's just a blip on the radar, but sometimes that blip on the radar, that one moment of whatever, that one moment of Seven of Swords reversed situations gets to the wrong people, and it means something. I don't like this Queen of Swords at all. She's not giving me a good feeling. Here she is, Eight of Wands reversed. Like she kind of is representing a slowdown of some kind, like where something may have gone very, very quickly. Boom, here she is. She's kind of like this roadblock. Blah. Creating problems, creating drama, creating unnecessary stuff. This is absolutely someone to stay away from, which is odd because I feel like Pisces has done a really, really, really good job of staying out of that kind of stuff. You've done a good job of eliminating the toxicity from your life. And here it is, boom. This is typical Mercury, and it's just like, of course, Mercury and Venus are going retrograde around the same time, around the same degree, right on top of Pluto and Capricorn. Like, of course. Like there's a real test going on. Saturn ruled Capricorn is here to say, did you learn the lesson? Did you really learn? Are you going to go backwards? Are you going to backpedal? Or are you going to push forward? And right now, the universe is using your personal network as an accountability system. There is an absolute new beginning here. Without question. Now I don't feel that this emotional loss card is a guarantee. I think there's something very dependent on choices with this reading. I kind of feel like this is like, I'm going to use a client example, okay? Because you guys have Mars in the 10th house, so there might be some work stuff involved. This is a client example. This is the perfect client for you. They have all the money. They are ready to go. They are good, fast decision makers, but they're also not control freaks, so they'll let you do the work. Like the ideal client, 100%. They're not going to talk you down on price, nothing. Boom, there they are. But if you somehow, let's say you start talking badly about another client to this Queen of Swords, and this person comes to them and says, this King of Coins, this Pisces said X, Y, and Z about this other person, so-and-so. This person is going to be like, do I really want to work with that person? Because what are they going to say about me? Something really weird and petty is going on here. I really don't like it. Okay, I really don't. They have their own lessons. They have their own karma. This person is empowered enough to not get sucked into the drama, but to use the drama that you got sucked into to make decisions. Do you see what I'm saying? Accountability. You are in an accountability trap, my friends. So this is about your honor. And being and doing all the things that you say you want to be and do. Now, I see you doing it, Queen of Coins. I see you passing, if you will. Now, I'm not usually one of those people that perpetuates the notion that the universe tests us, but I do know that there is a lot of cyclical energy out there, for sure. I don't think anyone can really deny that. We know things come back. We know we find ourselves in similar situations for the sake of choosing different choices. So this is where your strength comes in, your composure, and your understanding and self-awareness of what is happening, and your awareness of temptations, the temptation of your past self to rebirth itself. But I don't see you doing it, Eight of Coins. I see you sitting calm. I see a meditation. Highly recommend a powerful meditation at least once throughout January at some point. Meditation that truly puts the cap on your past self trying to come back alive. I feel like there's trying to be this resurrection of an old self And there are going to be some Pisces that don't know what the heck is going on, and they are just going to absolutely lose control. And you may notice that in some of your Pisces friends. For those of you who are cross-watching for Pisces, you may notice that struggle. It will be a very real struggle. Right? Remember that like meme with like the cartoon with the two buttons, and it says like there's two choices that are like really hard to make. It says the struggle is real. Very real struggle. And unfortunately, it's a little bit public. It's not private. 11th house is not a private house usually. It's a very accessible house. People are going to see it. People are going to know about it. People are going to hear about it. It's going to get around. So this is why we've been doing all the inner work, right? To ensure self-awareness for moments like this so we don't fall into these traps. Okay, now let's go ahead and pull out some comprehensive clarifiers because I think there's going to be some interesting information that comes out. So the cards I'm about to pull out, for those of you who are new, are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive. We normally talk for about 30 minutes usually. I always say 20 to 25 minutes, but then it always ends up being longer than that. So about 30 minutes. Link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. But for now, let's pull out the cards and see what they have. So we want to clarify the King of Coins, which is, again, what the universe needs from you or what else you need to be aware of. Okay, we have the Nine of Coins. I love that with the Queen of Coins because I often see that as the same kind of energy, which is like you don't need to participate in that low vibe behavior because you're better than that. You're past that. You're more abundant than that. You have a lot to lose, you know? We have the Ace of Swords, the honor. Be impeccable with your word, right? The 4 agreements. Be impeccable with your word. And we have the Ace of Cups. Beautiful. Emperor, which is the environment. What do we need to know about the Emperor? The 9 of Cups. 8 of Wands reversed. Interesting that the 8 of Wands is reversed here. There is a notion of pause. Oh, beautiful 6 of Wands. See, that makes me feel better about the 6 of Wands reversed up here. All right, let's see. What else? Got reversal. All right, now let's take a look at the 7 of Swords reversed. There could definitely be some weirdness with friends. There could be a betrayal on the Queen of Swords' behalf. Page of Swords, another Page of Swords, a social media thing. The World. And the High Priestess. 6 of Wands reversed. We have the Moon. Oh, beautiful. 10 of Coins, which we have right here. And the 8 of Coins. See, I'm not really that worried. It's just that I'm only worried for the people who aren't aware. That's the only thing. I'm only worried for the people who aren't aware. 4 of Cups. Temperance. 5 of Coins. See how neutral that guy is coming out? He's coming out very neutral. Temperate even, right? Temperance. 4 of Wands, beautiful. 8 of Swords. King of Wands. Another Emperor coming out. This is the 3rd Emperor, which means he's officially the most important card of the deck. We also have the 6 of Wands, which came out 3 times as well. Only this one had a reversal here. Oh, beautiful Chariot. Yes, 8 of Cups, moving away from the Queen of Swords. Yes, absolutely. 9 of Cups reversed. And the Ace of Cups. right? Ace of Cups, a new beginning. I feel like the Queen of Swords reversed is the emotional loss this month. 7 of Coins reversed, 2 of Cups reversed. A friendship. It's probably a friendship. It really is. And a 9 of Wands. We have an 8 of Wands. Another 8 of Wands. Wow, we have 3 cards that came out 3 times. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever had that many. Queen of Cups. And 2 of Wands. Tower. Death. Oh, Queen of Swords and the Sun on the bottom of the deck. Beautiful. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up. So again, link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below if you want to join. All right, thanks so much. Take care. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. So, as I look at these cards in a general general sense, general overview, I'm getting a quality of stabilization, which hopefully is exciting. That notion is exciting. Because when I look at this Knight of Coins, this is a very Virgo kind of energy. We are in Capricorn season throughout the first part of January. So we have the Earth component very heavy right now. We have the Venus retrograde going on. We have Mercury retrograding this month between Aquarius and Capricorn as well. And I think this is really giving Aries an opportunity to get really organized, to sit down, think things through, strategize, plan, budget, all of those kinds of things, to get very practical with it. This is what the universe needs from you. So it needs you to sit down and really pay attention to the details of things, because I know that there are things that you are building in your head right now, right? And in the environment, we have the Fool, which says that the environment or the energy at play right now is wide open, and you can pretty much build anything you want. So to be very clear and very honest about the kind of life that you want, and I don't necessarily mean like the things that you want, I mean the life that you want. I mean the beingness that you want to have. The door is wide open. See, the beautiful thing about having retrogrades in Capricorn, I don't even care what planet it is, but any retrogrades that happen in Capricorn give us an opportunity to restructure our lives in a way that better suits us. And Venus coming through Capricorn really asks us about our values. What do you really value? Because chances are there has been a shift in the things that you value over the years. You may once have valued, being the best of something, or having a lot of money, or you may have valued, social climbing, like whatever, right? You may have valued those things, and now not so much. But your life is still structured to support that old thing. And now you get to rebuild and reinvent that structure for the new thing. Now, we have this card over here, which says Yod, Destiny. Now, I'm probably the only astrologer that would ever say this, because I don't think this is really an astrology thing, but 10th house, and we have all the Capricorn 10th house activity right now. I call it a destiny house. I know that sounds weird, but I do. Like, this is a place that we are ultimately going to be ending up. So when we have planets, transits, activation going on in the 10th house, we click just a little bit closer to something that is destined for us. And the only thing that can really ruin that, now this was a huge theme in the Pisces reading. The Pisces reading came out super weird, and I'm seeing a twinge of that here. Now, why is Pisces relevant? First and foremost, many Aries are actually Vedic Pisces, all right? So there's strong Pisces-Aries connection. You guys have Pisces ruling the 12th house, which has a lot to do with subconscious and unconscious realms. So there's a connection. So gossip, right? And I want to focus on the shadow attributes here. There is a light attribute, which I'll bring up in just a minute, but there's a shadow quality that I want to focus on. It says, thrives on the power of passing on private or secret information, betraying confidences. Look, I'm just going to say it flat out. This is a month to keep your mouth shut. All right? The only things that you should be talking about are ideas, goals, plans. And if you are married, you can share information because there's that trust there. But anybody else, keep your mouth shut. Because I feel like things are going to be getting around. Because this Mercury retrograde is coming into Aquarius around 10 degrees, which is very close to where Saturn is going to be. And then it's going to retrograde through Aquarius. So there is activation of groups and networks and friends. And you just never know how things are going to come back around. And they will come back around with the retrogrades at play. All right. So it's going to be very important to understand what is worth saying and what is not worth saying. And having that very strong filter. And I think it's going to play a role later on. And I don't really know how. But I feel like there's a lot of foreshadowing going on right now. Like we're coming off of the eclipses, right? We're officially out of eclipse season, but the nodes are going to be transitioning through January, and it's going to activate. Like we're in this like really weird place, and a lot of truth is going to come out with the nodes through Scorpio and Taurus, because especially Scorpio demands truth and authenticity, and it's going to expose stuff. All right. So to not be that person is very important. You have better things to worry about. Okay, we have prosperity. We have your dreams need a practical plan. Remember the practicality. Now here's a Taurus moon energy. So we've got Capricorn activation in the chart. We have a Virgo card and we have a Taurus card, which of course, as we know, we have Uranus and Taurus right there, which means we have changes to make. We have steps that need to be taken. We have certain actions that can be executed for the sake of prosperity. Prosperity begins. And I feel like there is a very strong sense of new beginning kind of stirring in the collective. And that's no different for Aries. And I think Jupiter through Pisces has a lot to do with that. There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of optimism. There's a lot of belief that is going to carry you through toward things that you may have avoided in the past because you simply didn't believe that you could do it, right? You didn't believe you could create a lifestyle that way. You didn't believe you could change your life in this capacity. You didn't believe you could leave or that you could go there or do this thing. So now you have the belief, and now Capricorn is saying, great, use it. Right? That's the motto of Capricorn. I use. And we still have Mars in Sag, which is also a highly optimistic placement as well. And it's saying create, go, expand, do your thing, get bigger, get bigger, get bigger, get bigger. And we're going to be pushing ourselves to get bigger. And the environment is like, great, these doors are wide open. Why not? We have this winter solstice reflection card. And you are going to be experiencing the mirror a lot, I think. Right? You're going to be experiencing the reflection of the world in your relationships, in your correspondence, the way people talk to you, the way people treat you. Now, I wouldn't take any of that personally. It's not about taking it personally or getting offended or getting your feelings hurt so much as it is about taking it as a lesson or an opportunity to learn about who you really are and learn about how you have allowed other people to treat you. And I think Capricorn season is always, every year, it is always a great time to reestablish the rules, let's say that, to reestablish the rules of how people need to treat you. And if you have had loose boundaries, or if you have had loose standards, you get to tighten them back up during Capricorn season. You get to get more rigid and more direct. One of the things, I had a really, really bad relationship with someone, but I will tell you one thing that he taught me that I will forever remember. It was probably the whole reason why we had to get together. Because we were trying to run a business together, and I was very like people pleaser, blah, 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 right? And one of the things that he drilled into my head was like, look, they're coming to you to do business with you, which means you get to tell them how you do business. You don't have to bend the rules. You don't have to take payments late. You don't have to do that, right? You make the rules here. They come to you. They need what you have, which means they have to play according to your rules. You teach people how to treat you, right? That's the thing, right? You teach people how to treat you. And this is kind of like, I feel like other people are going to be getting lessons in terms of how they treat you. Now, this is a month because of the Venus retrograde where there is a lot of emphasis on other people. And you can learn a lot about yourself, reflection, right? You get to learn a lot about yourself, but it comes by way of others. And this gossip energy, this is an energy that you should definitely stay away from. Definitely don't participate in. But if other people are gossiping to you and try to drag you into that, I'm telling you right now, Sun reversed, this is a thief of creative vigor. Okay, this is a thief of creative joy. It gives your power away to the information. It gives your power away to the idea of an upper hand or something. It's not a high vibrational quality. And if other people are doing it, it tells you so much about them. And because you guys have Saturn through the 11th house, there is a deepened concentration on groups, right? There's a deepened concentration on social connections. So you get to rewrite those rules as well. Now, with the Sun reverse as the first card coming out, I have felt that Aries, while busy, there's stuff to do. You're doing your things. I don't know if that spark has really been there. I'm looking at this moon. The moon is upright. The sun is reversed. It gives me a feeling that the moon is a little bit, I'm not going to say stronger. It's just a more prominent energy, which tells me that you are more looking for the security of things. You're more security oriented rather than creation oriented, which they can go hand in hand. They can work together. But sometimes, you might be, taking work because, well, you need the money, right? You might be moving in a specific direction because it's a little bit more stable. What did I say at the beginning? This is a stabilizing month. And I think that's okay because you seem to be needing to offset something where there was instability. Now you need to create stability. And that is a priority. And that's a beautiful thing. And money is definitely on the table here as well. For Aries, with Uranus in the second house, there is financial volatility. And I think a lot of Aries experienced the effects of that volatility through the pandemic, through 2020, through the weirdness and readjustment period of 2021, and will continue to experience that through 2022. But this is an opportunity for you to find stability within the volatility and figure out in your own unique way, with your own unique approach, how to get that volatility to work for you rather than against you. There's a lot of financial planning I'm getting with the 9 of coins for some reason. I don't know. I don't normally feel that, but I don't know. It's very practical, right? You need a practical plan. You got the Knight of Coins. You got to get your budgets together. You got it. You have to focus on that. This is about life. Real life, and sometimes I do readings which are all super high level and they have all consciousness and meditation and surrender to the divine and blah, 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 blah. This is not one of those readings. This is real grounded energy, and it's even more grounded because the devil is present. We know the devil is ruled by Saturn. We know it is the Capricorn card, and he is here like, hey, you're in this world. Here comes Annie to sit on the cards. She may mess them up a little bit, but she's saying, hey, or he's saying, not she, that's Annie. The devil is saying, hey, you're in this world. You have to play by the world rules a little bit. Now you can write your own rules, but they will be built upon culture. They will be built upon the structure of society, and it will be used and leveraged to your benefit, and that's a great thing, but you have to understand that there are structures upon which you are building your own structure. So you're kind of playing a new kind of game, or maybe you're playing the same game in a totally different kind of way. Because I feel with the Ace of Swords in the center of the reading that there is this quality here of a totally free mind, which says you're allowing yourself to really dream bigger than you've allowed yourself to dream. You're allowing yourself to get a little, we may even use the word carried away. You're allowing yourself to get carried away with the fantasy of what things could be, not in an escapist capacity. This is not about escapism. This is not about delusion. This is about creation, which is a little more subtle. It's a more subtle energy. Remember, we're a little bit more focused on the security of things with the moon, and that's fine. But they do go hand in hand. It's just that this kind of creation, I think, is a little bit more mental right now. There's a little bit more visualization. There's a little bit more projection. There's a little bit more contemplation. And so the actions that you take on a day-to-day basis might be more practical, but behind the scenes, you still have this movie playing. This movie of the ideal lifestyle, this movie of the ideal amount of money, this movie of the ideal family and relationship environment. And that's something you should not let go of. And I think one of the reasons why this gossip energy is even that much more toxic this month, this is Pisces type stuff, right? Jupiter through Pisces, it's really going to amplify people's lack of boundaries, for sure. And especially as Jupiter gets closer and closer to Neptune, that's going to be like, you're going to just see like, wow, people do not have boundaries at all. And you do not want to be the one caught up in that no boundary situation because it will cause trouble. But this steals from this. This takes power. It steals, it sucks power away. And it gives a little too much energy toward other people's lives and speculation about other people's lives, which is even worse because it's not even rooted in fact for the most part. So you're playing into a delusion rather than a visualization. Two totally different things, right? But they play out in similar ways. Keep the energy concentrated on the visual. Keep your energy concentrated on the dream. Because with Capricorn energy, the Capricorn has to, right? That's the motto. It has to use something. It can use the wisdom, it can use the experience, and it can also use the dream. It gets to use those things in order to bring into reality. We have the Two of Cups reversed, which does suggest, in its most simple terms, could be a lack of communication. Mercury retrograde. It's not just a Mercury retrograde, all right? It is Mercury coming in contact with the Venus retrograde, with Pluto in Capricorn, and during his shadow phase. So it could have a lot to do with contracts falling through, people not paying deposits, people not putting their money where their mouth is, people, disappearing or ghosting or whatever it is. Or there could be a miscommunication between partnerships. There could be, I'm trying to give you like multiple scenarios, but you guys get the idea, right? That's minimum. But there could also be a split. Now, some of you are in really healthy romantic relationships, and that's great. But for those of you who are not in healthy relationships, this is going to be a very real test of the relationship. And some relationships won't make it. The only reason why this particular Venus retrograde is so dramatic is because she's not just coming up against Pluto, right? She does that once a year. That's not a big deal. She's not even coming through Capricorn is not a big deal. She does that once a year as well, right? No big deal. We've been here a million times. But it's the retrograde against Pluto in a Saturn-ruled sign at the same time that Saturn is in a square with Uranus. All right? And the same time that the nodes come into Scorpio and Taurus. Now, we know how intense that last eclipse cycle was, right? Scorpio and Taurus were involved in those eclipses. We have the ruler of Taurus, the ruler of Scorpio, Venus and Pluto, involved in this whole thing, plus Saturn. Pluto and Saturn both can indicate endings and death. All right? They both do that. They both teach deep lessons. So for people in bad situations, it is really, really hard to fix things right now. And that's not really where the energy should be. It shouldn't be on trying to fix things, because I look at this Five of Wands and I feel like that is a wasted effort. It is not about fixing, all right? It's not about going into the external world. Like there's that, analogy of, okay, so you stand in front of a mirror and your hair is messed up. You don't try to reach into the mirror to fix your hair. You have to fix it on you first, right? Reflection. It all comes back to you ultimately. So if there is something going wrong in the external world or with a particular relationship, or if things continue to fall through or whatever it is, you have to change you. You have to change your vibration. And I'm not just trying to pile on all everything bad in your life is all your fault. It's not about faulting, but it is about completely reinventing your own perspective, completely reinventing your sense of accountability with things as well. Now, there are a lot of things that you should not be holding yourself accountable for, but you cannot escape the things that you should be held accountable for. And that is where the attention needs to be spent, because you have a dream. You have goals, you have aims. And right now, I know you're trying to stabilize things. You're trying to get things rooted in some kind of security, right? Financial and emotional security, both. But this kind of drama, this kind of nonsense, this kind of toxicity just absolutely cannot continue to play out. And I see you completely letting go of that with the reversal. Prosperity begins. This and the Ace of Swords is absolutely where I know for a fact you would prefer to be. And because you would prefer to be there, that is where you will be. You will be in the places that are creating income. You will be in the places that are healthy relationships. You will be in the places that are good friendships. You will be in the places that provide nurturing and encouraging environments. Because you can tell, Aries is very well equipped with the Fool energy. This is the embodiment of Aries, the Aries archetype, right? This is the initial I am. This is the beginning. Boom, there it is. And you get to initiate a lot of new things this month with the Capricorn vibe, which means you're not just initiating just anything. These are the things with longevity, things that will last. Saturn ruled. And the thing is that I don't think you're really asking or visualizing or really thinking of anything that outlandish, because I think this is something like a dream. This is a fantasy that you have had for a very long time. Six of Cups. There is a past connection here with the Six of Cups. Now, I don't like to be one of those tarot readers that perpetuates the notion that every time Mercury or Venus goes retrograde that an ex is going to come back. I don't like being that tarot reader, but there are notions of that because they are happening together, because they are in against Pluto, right? And because there's kind of like this test going on. It's like the universe is testing all of us of are you going to be stupid again or not? So this Two of Cups reverse, this Six of Cups, there may be a past thing that resurfaces. It may be an ex, boyfriend, girlfriend. It might not be. It might be a boss, or it might be an old opportunity that went by the wayside a long time ago, or maybe something that rejected you or whatever it was. The question is are you going to be stupid by opening that door? Because when you have this wide open door for all the things that you dream of for you in your life, are you going to ignore this wide open door and go down some kind of fantasy door? Not fantasy, like delusional door. You have to know the difference. With Jupiter and Pisces, it can be hard. The difference between delusion and the things that you visualize. There's something rooted in truth here with the Ace of Swords. Destiny, remember. But there will be a test of, are you going to fall for the delusion? Are you going to fall into the delusion? This gossip stuff is absolutely delusional energy. That is why you need to stay away, because it will pull you more into that vibration, and it's possible that you may mistake the delusion for the visual. Here's the Emperor. This is you. See, this is you in your empowerment. And he's even up right here, which we love, because there's that quality of, like, no one can mess with me, right? Because when I say I want something, when I say I'm going somewhere, when I say I'm doing something, everybody better look out, because an Emperor is a force to be reckoned with. An Aries is a force to be reckoned with. And hopefully you know that. Hopefully you see that within yourself, because now is absolutely a time to be empowered, right? What did I say at the beginning? There's a lot about boundaries, teaching people how to treat you. We don't want to revert back to old and past behaviors and get sucked into old drama. Now is the time to shut the door on the past toxicity once and for all. Because if you can energetically do that and keep your mind focused on future creation, if you can do that, it's like full speed ahead through 2022. Full speed ahead financially, full speed ahead romantically, all of it. And I don't think there's anything that you couldn't make happen within the year. And that's an exciting notion. Okay? Now, we're going to pull out the clarifiers. So the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. So the link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We normally talk for about 25 to 30 minutes approximately. All right, so let's focus on more information about the Knight of Coins, which is really what the universe needs from you. So what else does the universe need from Aries right now? Two of Swords. Another Ace of Swords. I'm loving this Ace of Swords because it's not confused at all, right? It's not questioning. Another Nine of Coins. It's not questioning. It's not second guessing. It's not wishy-washy. Okay, Nine of Coins, Eight of Coins, and Five of Coins. Beautiful. Okay. Now, did I put reversals in here? Yes, I did. Okay. Now we're going to take a look at the Sun. Ooh, a Ten of Coins. A lot of emphasis on money. Another Sun reversed. Interesting. Okay, and Hierophant reversed. Yeah, I don't necessarily know that Aries is getting like super creative. I think what you're doing is just doing what you do best. Right? Like, this is not necessarily a time for innovation or changing things up or shaking up the system. Hi, baby. It's more about the things that you know that work, the things that you know that generate, the things you know that can carry you forward. Creativity can come later, right? We can do that during Aries season, during Pisces season. That'll come later. But right now, Capricorn season, like we gotta hunker down and really focus. There's even the Capricorn card right there with the Queen of Coins. Okay, Ace of Wands reversed. Oh, Seven of Cups. Five of Coins. Knight of Wands. Strength card. Page of Swords. Four of Coins. Eight of Swords. Eight of Cups. Now for this Two of Cups. This I think is gonna... Five of Cups, Hanged Man, Eight of Wands, Nine of Cups, Ten of Wands, another Moon, Seven of Coins, Queen of Swords reverse and the Chariot. And we have another Five of Wands, King of Swords, and another Three of Swords, and an Emperor reverse at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this is where we are going to pick up for the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Again, links for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you so much, Aries. I love you. Have an amazing January. Talk to you soon. Take care. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. So let's go ahead and get started with this Knight of Swords, which signifies the energy that the universe needs from you. Now, a Knight of Swords energy is very different from Taurus energy. This is like Gemini energy, right? And this is, it's busy, right? It's very versatile and flexible and even distracted. And it's kind of weird that that's the quality that the universe is needing from you. It needs your busyness. It needs your distractedness. It needs you to be creative and in the flow and a little bit chaotic. I don't necessarily know that this month is going to be a month of like, there's all this stuff you have to do. I mean, you're just going to do the things you want to do. You're going to do the things rooted in some kind of inspired action. But it's not like this whole end all be all in terms of whether or not you do it this month or not, right? Like you're just going to be doing you, and you're going to be operating from a more moment to moment basis, which I actually like because it's a little bit more spontaneous. It's a little bit more, well, the word inspired is a little more inspired, right? When you are in a spontaneous flow state, it is usually an inspired flow state. And yet in the environment, we have the Hierophant, which suggests to me that you're right on track, even though you're over here kind of bouncing around and doing all sorts of things, and you may feel very discombobulated and disorganized and unfocused and da-da-da-da-da. The Hierophant says, no, you're exactly doing what you should be doing. There's not a lot of like happenstance for mistakes. There's not a lot of wrong decisions that can be made. It's just kind of a very straightforward kind of month. Now, before we get into the oracle cards, I want to get into the 9-card block, because when I saw these 3 cards, actually, really like the first 4 cards with the Tower reversed here. So we have a Tower reversed, we have an Empress reversed, an 8 of Wands reversed, and an Ace of Cups. But I keep coming into this Ace of Cups, and I keep saying, or I keep seeing rather, that Taurus is literally holding some kind of vibration. And it's likely something that you are hoping to manifest. something that you are hoping will come into your life, and you're just holding it. You are there. You are in that space. You may even be daydreaming about it a little bit. You may be kind of caught up in the excitement of the anticipation. Now, keep in mind that there is no desperation coming through. There's a big difference between anticipation and enthusiasm and desperation, right? Desperation is like this, it's creating a deeper and deeper gap, one that is insurmountable by all. There's no desperation here because you're busy, because you're distracted. You can hold a specific vibration. Now, it's possible that you are hoping to manifest something, and that's what the vibration is. That you are holding the emotional, like let's say if you are hoping to manifest money, right? You are holding the emotional or vibrational equivalent of money, which is what? Freedom, comfort, whatever, right? You're holding that. And that's just where you are. Now, will you see things happen? No. I'm going to flat out say it. Will you see the thing come in? No, you will not. But here in the environment is kind of a sure thing. Now, this, I don't necessarily see this as another person, if I'm being honest. I see this almost as while you are busy doing your things out in the world, you are going to see your higher self being reflected back to you. And there are going to be a lot of things that indicate to you, a lot of synchronicities that indicate to you that the holding of this vibration is in fact working, and it will be small and subtle synchronicities to confirm or validate that you are doing it correctly. And you may see other people enjoying the thing that you're hoping to manifest. You may run into that. You may read about it online. You may see it all over the place. Those are good signs. Those are signs that you are aligned vibrationally to that thing. But Eight of Wands reversed, Empress reversed, there's pretty strong indication that now is not the time for that thing to come into your actual hands. Why isn't it the time? I sense with this Ace of Cups that there is an acclimation that is happening, that you are acclimating to some new vibration, to some new idea of something. I feel that there's kind of like a slow build that is happening here. That's why you're having a lot of validation while you're kind of busy doing your things. You're going to have a lot of validation here. And the more validated you are, the stronger that vibration becomes. Now, remember, this is not a belief per se. This is not something that, a concept of the world. This is about you wanting to experience something, and there is no judgment with that. So whether you are hoping to experience true love, experience a lot of money, or wanting to experience, international travel, or wanting to experience having children, you name it, good health, I don't care. You get to fill that in. But this seems to be like the having of something, and it's the having of something new. And you are acclimating to this. So you might not see things happen right away. Eight of Wands reversed. There could be some kind of a hang up in terms of, your perception of where things are. Because if you were to look out into the current reality of your life, please remember that when you do that, you are looking at reflection of the past, reflection of past vibrations that have become manifest, and that you're already, 10 steps ahead of your physical reality here. But look at what has manifested. Look at where things are. We know that there is always a lag between the mind and the physical reality, because the mind can travel light years away in a matter of 0.0005 seconds. Boom, it's there, right? It can take you anywhere, literally anywhere. But the physical world has limitations, right? There's friction. And I feel that this is just the natural lag. Now, I'm not saying it couldn't happen more suddenly than that. We do have a tower, but the tower is reversed. But there is an indication of something sudden happening. Now, this sudden thing might not be a physical event. It may be a vibrational event that happens. You breaking through some kind of vibrational barrier or boundary that has prevented you from manifesting something up to this point. And I think this is a month, January, where you are going to have the opportunity to start to understand your vibrational reality on levels and on heights that very few people get to enjoy because they're not consciously at that place yet. There's not a lot for you to do here, the Empress reversed. You don't have to get your hands dirty. You don't have to work really hard. You don't have to, you're just doing your life. That's what the Knight of Swords is here to rip. Just do your life. That's it. That's all you need to be focused on. And in your quiet moments, indulge in your daydreams of this thing that you're hoping to bring into your life. Like really indulge. And I want you to, because I'm looking at this Knight of Wands reverse. Now this is a Sagittarius energy. This is Jupiterian. Now we do have Jupiter in Pisces. All right. This means that for the first 5 months, there is an air of limitlessness. And we are going to have opportunities, this is your first one, to come in contact with all of the places that we are vibrationally restricted. When we reject certain vibrations, such as this Ace of Cups, because of some justification or some rationalization that we have against it. It can't come to me because of X, Y, and Z reasons. And I see a depletion of the Jupiterian energy right here. And this is what is going, right? The whole reading is really circulating around the center card. So this kind of reversed Jupiterian quality is a little bit more about where are you keeping it too real? Because I'm telling you right now that Jupiter is out of super scientific Aquarius, right? And it is in fairy tale realm Pisces, you get to be as unrealistic as possible. And I highly recommend that you do. I recommend that you do get very unrealistic. Get into the realm of the seemingly impossible. Because what the thing that you need to keep in mind is that your perception of things by looking at the current reality is very much not an accurate representation of what is actually going on, and that your perceived gap between where you are and where you wish to be might not be nearly as big as you are making it out to be. You don't know that for sure. Or you don't know that it's that big. It might not be. It might be a very small gap that you are projecting bigness into because you have vibrationally attached to something that you are perceiving as rare. And because you are perceiving it as rare, you are then in turn creating obstacles. But see, even with the Seven of Wands, I see you protecting your vibe here. I love the image on this particular card with this particular deck because she's in this bubble and these wands are not really able to get to her, meaning they can't disrupt her process. They cannot disrupt her vibration. This is a vibration worth protecting. And right now, I think your privacy is very important. Remember, your ruling planet, Venus, is in retrograde the whole of January up till January 29th. And it's very close to Pluto. We have a Mercury retrograde happening in this same degree set as well. And we have a Mercury retrograde card, which says reinvention. See, you are vibrationally reinventing yourself here. And this is very private work. And it is work that very few people understand. I mean, the people on this channel will understand it. People in tarot and spirituality and astrology and even psychology to some degree will understand it, but no one else will, you know? And it's something for you to really like delve into this learning process, because this is going to be a process that can be useful time and time again. The beautiful thing I love about this Jupiter through Pisces is the quality of limitlessness. And we get to completely dissolve, right? This is not necessarily about chaos and tearing things apart. Like, it's not very Uranian, it's not very Plutonian. This is Neptunian, meaning things can just suddenly not be there, right? It could just suddenly dissolve. It can suddenly lift like a fog. And all of a sudden, you can see clearly, even though you didn't necessarily perceive the process of the fog lifting. And I feel that there is this clarity, but it's a vibrational clarity. There's an inherent understanding, which is what I'm saying, like your higher self with the Hierophant, your inner guru, your inner Buddha is going to be manifesting in the external world in terms of like communication, synchronicities. So don't be surprised if you start seeing people that have the thing that you are hoping to have. That's a good sign. It is a mark that you are vibrationally attuned. The fact that it's like one of those things, like when you want to buy a car, like, oh, I want to buy, I don't know, let's say like a white BMW, right? I want to buy a white BMW. Now all of a sudden you're driving around and all you see are white BMWs. That's what's happening. Now the Page of Coins is an interesting kind of card to get, because I feel that it's like a token. Again, it's an indicator, and I don't know that I want to use the word test, but I feel like I also kind of need to say it's a little bit of a test. Like the universe wants, because you can hold a vibration and be offered an opportunity and still not take it. And I think the Page of Coins is going to represent a series of things, a series of conversations, a series of opportunities, a series of movements or events that are easing you in to this bigger, seemingly impossible realm. The universe needs to know, are you willing to physically expand? Vibrationally, you are. But when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, will you actually take the steps? Will you actually push yourself? I think many of you are sitting there like, hell yes, I will. Like, absolutely, I will. But it is also possible that some of you will not recognize the Page of Coins because it is abnormal, or it doesn't fit your idea of how this is going to come to be. My guess is that this vibration is going to manifest in a completely unexpected fashion. It will come to you. It will show up in your life, but not through the channel that you think it will, or not through the channel that you think it must. And the Page of Coins is here to say, how open is Taurus? Because remember, Uranus coming through Taurus is really challenging your need to have control over things. And that's where the chaos is going to come from. It's going to come from unexpected channels. Now, the Empress and the Emperor both are in the reversal. This is what I'm saying. There is nothing physical for you to really do right now. You don't have control of this. Is not in your hands. The only thing that is in your hands is your emotional state. Now, I'm not saying that you know, like, what am I trying to say? like if you're going through something, if you are healing, or if you've experienced a loss, I'm not saying to not feel what you need to feel in order to heal. Okay? But I also don't want anyone to be indulging in thoughts of lack of worthiness, lack of deservedness, lack of whatever, while simultaneously knowing that that isn't true, right? You're kind of willfully indulging in some kind of hypocrisy or indulging in some kind of denial of some kind, which is not going to do you any favors, because it's going to send out mixed signals, and it's going to completely like short circuit this one. And this is the one that needs the power right now. It's the one that needs the juice. Because this magician here, I mean, clearly there is something magical, like with the hands especially. And here this magician has her hands casting magic, creating worlds, creating a galaxy, manipulating the energy, manipulating the field. Now, this card here that says your dreams need a practical plan. Now, that's a little bit of a contradiction of everything that I've just said. This is going to not be a practical situation at all. But I will tell you that I kind of am feeling like this is a looking back, it was very practical, right? Looking back, it was practical, not looking forward. The practicality, I know this is kind of a different way to interpret this card. I don't think the practicality is coming from you. The practicality is coming from the higher self. It is coming from the directive of the higher self, which will not make sense to you. But looking back, you'll be like, oh, well, it had to be that way. It couldn't have been any other way. The temptation here really is the feeling of desperately wanting. The feeling of lack of patience. I think you are going to have patience. See, oh gosh, I even just noticed this. Look, the Mother card, the light attribute, nurturance, patience, unconditional love, joy in giving birth to life. Now, that can be actual motherhood, actual giving birth to life, but the magician is consistently giving birth all the time. Right? This is like the actual like physicality of it. This is why I'm saying it probably won't happen through January, but there's an alignment that is happening. This is where the power, this is where the juice is. Okay, so the patience for the magic, the patience for the energy manipulation, the patience for the attunement and the alignment. And I promise you, the universe is going to be offering small opportunities for you to attune more specifically or more precisely to this particular vibration. And it may feel like there are small little steps, incremental, almost nothing. Maybe not even that noticeable. But one day, and I see that from the Tower, even though it's reversed, there is still a Tower card. It's like one day, everything is going to give. Boom. It's like, have you ever like tried to break a rock? I don't know, this is kind of like a really weird question to ask, but like, let's say you have like another rock and a hammer. You put one rock on top of another rock and you start hammering, and like nothing happens. And you keep banging away. And then eventually, boom, there's this giant crack that happens. It's like almost all at once. And that's how I'm feeling. This Page of Coins is just like the hammer on the rock. Nothing happens, nothing significant, nothing that meaningful, nothing. And then, boom. And all of a sudden, like even here, mountain strength. And I'm talking to Taurus here with Uranus in Taurus, with this Venus, your ruling planet Venus in retrograde in Capricorn, fellow earth sign, with Pluto, right? Pluto and Uranus, very changing, right? Very changing planets. And I'm thinking of an earthquake and what happens when those plates, when they shift, boom, the effect and the impact that that has on a significant area and how many millions of lives. I mean, when this cracks, when this happens, when this begins to snowball, you're not the only one that's going to feel it, right? Everyone is going to feel this, everyone in your life. This will impact, because I don't think this is small potatoes type stuff. You're not just asking for enough money to like pay your bills next month, right? This is big manifestation. This is a big ask. This is the love of your life. This is the multi-million-dollar whatever. This is that huge client. This is the success that you are asking for, right? That is what this is. This is not small. The universe knows it's not small. And it knows that you are aligning to this, but it also knows that you are not fully aligned. And therefore, it is going to offer you the chance to become aligned, which is why you need to protect this, because it's fragile and because it might not hold if you are too susceptible to other people's opinions, or if you are too susceptible to your own fear. The universe wants this for you in the way that you want this for you. Now, I want to talk about the shadow attribute of the mother as well. Smothering or abandoning children. Think of your cup as your child. Think of your vibration as your child. You don't want to smother it. That's like the desperation. And you don't want to abandon it either. Instilling guilt in children for becoming independent. You also don't want to, put this so far up on a pedestal or separate yourself from this. That's the Jupiterian reversed energy here in the center of the reading. So that's just something else to pay attention to. So, this is a really cool month for those of you who are seeking to make big changes in your life. You want the perfect home. You want the perfect home for the price that you can afford, right? That can feel like a big ask, because then in your head you're like, yeah, well, maybe I should reduce my expectation to make it fit. Maybe I should I wouldn't do that if I were you, because you're going to get what you ask for, right? I wouldn't minimize. I wouldn't. All right, let's take a look at this Knight of Swords. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for around 30 minutes or so, 25, 30 minutes about these cards. We usually get a little bit more information here. So let's take a look at the Knight of Swords. What else does Taurus need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? 10 of Cups. A 9 of Cups. And your 9 of Swords. Okay. I'll talk about that one. All right. High Priest. Oh, okay. We have the 7 of Cups, 7 of Coins in the environment position, and the Ace of Coins. Beautiful. Okay. Hold on. Did I put reversals in here? Yes, I did. Okay. So now we're going to take a look at the Ace of Cups. What else does Taurus need to know about this Ace of Cups? Ooh, a 7 of Wands. See what I said? Protecting that. There are going to be people that don't like that that's what you're asking for. There's going to be pushback on that. Page of Cups. Ooh, Knight of Cups. That's the Pisces energy, right? Pisces and Sag. We got the Jupiterian energy 100%. You know what? Let's do one more for that Ace of Cups. Just one more. High Priestess. Beautiful. Love it. Okay, now for the Eight of Wands. Reversed. Six of Wands. This is your validation right here and now. You don't have to buy the comprehensive for this. I'm telling you, you will be successful with this manifestation. Okay? Another Ace of Coins. So we got 2 Ace of Coins. Okay, and a King of Coins, and that is Taurus. Empress reversed. We have the Queen of Wands. Another Ace of Wands. Ooh, 10 of Coins. Eight of Wands upright for the Tower reversed. Ooh, another Magician. An Eight of Swords. Be careful of thinking that seeing nothing means nothing is happening. That's the trap. That's the trap. When you see nothing, see nothing, see nothing, see nothing, and you just want to throw your hands up and be like, this is a bunch of BS. This doesn't work, da, 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 da. And then boom, there's a disruption to the vibration right then and there. The abandonment of your child, the abandonment of your creation. You have to be careful. The mind is tricky, and the mind is easily tempted to go back to normal thought patterning. You are changing or reinventing how your mind works with this Mercury retrograde, with your ruling planet, all happening in Pluto, in Capricorn, by the way, which is also Saturn, which is Saturn ruled, which also has a lot to do with death and endings. Okay, we don't usually talk too much about that with Saturn, but there's a lot of death and endings that happens with Saturn as well. 5 of Coins. King of Swords reversed. 5 of Wands. Justice. 5 of Cups. 6 of Swords. Knight of Coins. 6 of Coins. Page of Coins reversed. Now this beautiful Magician. Oh, a Hierophant, which is the same as the environment here. Temperance. And 10 of Cups, beautiful, and 8 of Coins. Love it. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. All right, thanks so much. Talk to you soon. Take care. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the Page of Coins, which is a beautiful earthy energy, actually. We have a lot of earth going on with the Capricorn, Venus retrograde, Mercury, doing his whole thing. And I feel that there is this component of baby steps. And this is what the universe needs from you. It just needs your baby steps. It needs self-belief enough, just enough to take one more step, to push it just a little bit further. Saturn is in Aquarius still, and Saturn in Aquarius is all about pushing the boundaries. It expands the consciousness. With Jupiter in Pisces, there's that reminder that there is limitlessness at play, and this is happening in your 10th house. So 10th house is a very kind of destiny-oriented kind of house, because there's this quality of like what you give to the world. A lot of that manifests through career. A lot of that manifests in terms of your place in society, but this is what you usually end up going. This is the direction of your life. And I feel that there is a strong desire here to live up to your own expectations. And this is a month where you get to know yourself on a deep level that you haven't reached yet. Because I look at this card over here, this is Saboteur. Now, with this particular deck, there are light attributes and shadow attributes. The light attribute highlights your fear of self-empowerment and the changes it would bring to your life. This is where the baby steps really help, because it allows you to confront slowly these sort of limiting beliefs that you have. And it allows you to break through them on a smaller scale. Like, it's not like you have to do it all at once. And this Venus retrograde for you, guys, this lifetime is a lifetime of change for Gemini, given the 8th house transit of all the Capricorn stuff that's been going on, okay? So this is like a pivotal few years. And we have this opportunity here to completely reevaluate and reassess with the 8th house how we exchange energy, how we share resources. Now that could be love, that could be money. It's to reassess how you give and take. And some of you struggle a lot with the receiving of things, and others struggle with the giving of things. But this is a month where you get to establish balance with both. And you get to push yourself further and further and further in the give-take relationship for the sake of living a more fulfilled life with the things and with the people that you truly want. Now, the shadow attribute, which I don't think really applies to anyone here, although you may be cross-watching for someone, for a Gemini, right? And this says, induces self-destructive behavior or the desire to undermine others. The saboteur, like sabotaging things, right? And that is an unfortunate situation that some people are going to have to deal with. And if you find yourself on that end of the spectrum, this is your wake-up call to, we have this Virgo analyze card, and we have this awareness card. We have this reflection card that says, wait a second, halt. Why are you doing this? Why is the tendency to do anything negative toward anything or anyone? Why is that tendency really surfacing? Where is that coming from? And to understand that it is self-sabotage behavior. It is self-destructive. And the goal is empowerment. The goal is baby steps toward fantastic growth in your life. Now, in the environment position, we have the Emperor. Now, I often see the Emperor as a person. I often see the Emperor as an individual that means something to you, or that represents something, or someone that you respect. And it doesn't mean that they're perfect. It doesn't mean that, you aspire to be them because you think they're all amazing or whatever. It just means that there's a quality about this Emperor that you are hoping to embody within yourself. And that this is the opportunity here, baby steps, to start to grow and nurture that within yourself. And this will be reflected back, right? We've got the reflection card. This will be reflected to you. And this is your chance that when you have those moments of whatever it is, you have to be so conscious of the energy that you hold, the energy you put out, the energy that you give, that you take. You have to be so conscious of that right now, because the energy is gaining momentum. Right? Energy is gaining momentum. And if you are attached to an unhelpful vibration, that is what is going to take hold. That is what is going to gain momentum. We want the inspirational nature of the Emperor to help us grow, to help us live up and live into our desires for ourselves. And the universe puts people like this in our path. It puts people like this in our life, on our social media feed, wherever. It puts people like this in our line of sight to show us that it is possible, to show us that it can be done, to show us that you do deserve it. And literally anyone can do it. Anyone can have it. And you are anyone. But you are going to have to go deep. It is 8th house stuff, Venus retrograde. You are going to have to go deep this month and really take a look and live in an honest narrative of where there is this saboteur quality going on. Where are the fears here? Where are the holdbacks? Where are the obstacles, the energetic and mental obstacles? Because this chariot is just roaring to go. It is ready to go. Okay, energy is gaining momentum. There is an element of speed here. And with Jupiter through the 10th with no limitations and Saturn in Aquarius pushing limitations, this is like, there really is a lot of potential for growth for the first 5 months of 2022. A lot of adjustment, a lot of reevaluation, a lot of redirecting, a lot of change, right? Because Jupiter is a mutable sign, so there is flexibility here. So like really anything is fair game. And the chariot is absolutely wanting to go full speed. And it wants you to have peace of mind, 4 of Swords. It doesn't want you to overthink this. Now, analyzing and overthinking it's a thin line, but they are two different things. Analyze indicates or implies, let's say that, it implies learning something or connecting some kind of dots. Sorry for the noise, Annie is hyper. It implies coming into concept, right? Coming into comprehension. Whereas overthinking is just spinning. And I feel that analyzing is going to help with the inner work. It's not analyzing others. It's not analyzing strategy. It's analyzing you with the 8th house Venus retrograde and how you give and take energy and how you exchange energy and what you are offering, 10th house Jupiter. Not to mention we're finishing out the nodal transit in Gemini, right? North Node is going to be leaving on the 18th, same day that Uranus goes direct. And there is that sort of finished, last minute finished business kind of quality with that. So you get to close the door on a lot this year. You get to move on from a lot this year as well. And the universe here is saying, be at peace, Gemini. All is well. You are finding balance. Things are coming into an adjustment. And justice, and with Mars in the 7th house through January, there is this, energetic flow toward reestablishing equilibrium, bringing things back into an even place. And I feel, hold on. Okay, sorry. Annie was just getting a little too rambunctious. But this is the time for things to even out, for things to be more smooth. Sometimes the adjustment, like the actual adjustment itself, can feel very unruly, can feel very stormy. But once that adjustment is established, it's like when the hurricane is finally over, it's eerily calm. And I think it's in that state of calmness that you are able to truly walk away. There's something very final that is happening. And I think a lot of people are feeling this sense of finality, like something is really done. Past behavior, past karmic cycles, past patterning, past behaviors, it's done. And it's a very firm, I don't even want to call it a line in the sand. It's like more like carving in the stone, this line and this boundary and this barrier with a very clear sense of what was past and what will never be again. And it's with that sense of ease, with the 4 of Swords, it is with that sense of ease, with that state of mind, with that peace of mind, that you move forward and you leave the things behind that truly no longer serve. And I love how there's like a fire in this bowl. It's like setting something on fire and just walking away from it and letting it burn. There are bridges that are going to be burned for Gemini. It could be relationships. It could be anything really, because you don't want to sabotage yourself, right? You don't want to self-destruct. You want the empowerment. You want the growth. And it is from this clarity, from this energy, from this moment that this magician, which I love, in the center of the reading, because it means like there's kind of a highlight here saying, Gemini, realize how powerful the magic is right now. We have Jupiter in Pisces. I am telling you, the magic is unreal powerful. This is why we have to have the awareness. This is why analyzing is good, because analyzing brings us into greater states of awareness. It enables consciousness of the vibrations that we hold, with the words that we speak, with the actions that we take, with the thoughts that go through our mind. Because when you catch yourself in an unhelpful pattern, you can stop and redirect. Now, I have to clarify, because I don't want people to think like I'm advocating for suppression or staying, love and light and super positive and everything has to be great and you have to be so in control of your thoughts all the time. That's not what I'm saying. All right. If there are things that you need to heal from, please take that time, whatever it is. But you know the difference between helpful mindsets, helpful actions, helpful vibrations, and destructive ones. Okay, you have to make that discernment. But to make that discernment with the incredible, keen understanding that you are creating. All right, I'm telling you, you're creating. Every signal that is being sent out is gaining momentum. Okay, so if you accidentally get down a line of thought that you really don't want to manifest, this is when you stop yourself and you disrupt that vibration, you disrupt that process, and you redirect. Now the Hermit is reversed, and I feel whenever the Hermit comes out reversed, I almost kind of sense that you're coming out of something. We got Virgo, we got a Virgo card. You're coming out of, a place. You're coming out of a funk. You are coming out of, something that has been going on for a while. You're coming out of something. It's kind of like you're awakening from a deep slumber, almost as though you haven't really been yourself, or almost as though you've just been kind of in this autopilot mode. And you're coming out of autopilot and you're starting to take control of the reins here. Now, when the High Priestess comes out reversed, I often feel that there is a flow of information. Secrets are being told or exposed. There's no veil. There's no secrecy. There's no forgetfulness. There's no veil. Whether that's with you or another person, or whether it's you with yourself, I'm not sure. It could manifest differently for each of you. But this High Priestess reversed says, you have access to everything you need right now. You have access to the information. You have access to people's thoughts. You have access to a lot. And everything you need to know you have. Everything that's going to be helpful and useful for you to empower you for these baby steps is accessible like that. And even the Page of Coins being mirrored back in the 9-card block as well. One step at a time. And every time you take a step, you will be confronted with something. A mindset. Okay, you'll be confronted with a limitation that you used to have, and now is a choice point, and you're going to have multiple choice points where you get to choose between the old way and the new way, or the empowered way. And what I recommend is whoever this Emperor represents for you, It doesn't have to even be a real person. It could be like an amalgamation of a bunch of different people, right? There's like an image or a concept that you hold. And keep that in mind. And it's like you holding yourself accountable to yourself, to this image. And even though we know that maybe this isn't real, I think that's okay, because it is enough of a driver, enough of a reason for your ambition to make the best choices on a day-to-day, moment-to-moment, second-by-second basis. Is this a decision that the emperor would make or not? Is this a decision that someone of this caliber would make or not? Is this something the emperor would say? Because your ruling planet, Mercury, is going retrograde this month on the 14th. 10 degrees of Aquarius. Going back into Capricorn and meeting up with Pluto and Venus. So your Mercury, your kind of analytical, conceptual, thought patterning planet of yours is involved in all of this. And it's a time for reassessment. It's a time for reinvention. It's a time for endings. I mean, this is not only Pluto involved, but also Saturn in terms of the Capricorn rulership, right? It's like Saturn and Pluto coming through and saying, you know, you can't keep telling yourself this story because it isn't helpful. It's not benefiting you. It is hurting you. Remember this saboteur. How are you sabotaging yourself? And then we have this death rebirth, which of course is Plutonic. Obviously, he shows up, right? And it says, this is your chance to be reborn. This is your chance to emerge, Hermit reverse with the Eight of Cups, to emerge and continue forward without ever having to go on repeat ever again. Like I say, there's a finality to all of this, to this moment, to this year. And this whole of 2022 will feel like you have never been further away from your old self. And it's going to happen fast. Momentum. There is speed. Okay? Death, rebirth. You let it go and you allow yourself to be reborn. Because I have a feeling that some of you who have taken risks are at that position where you have just kind of like the same kind of risks ahead of you, the same kind of choices, which means they're not really that new anymore. They're not really that risky because they're the same as what you've had before. So now you get to up the ante. You get to push the riskiness factor even that much further, which means you're taking bigger steps, bigger leaps. They're still baby steps though, but incrementally they add up. Okay, let's pull out the comprehensive clarifiers. So, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about another 30 minutes about these cards. So let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Coins. Okay, so what else does Gemini need to know about what the universe needs from them? Three of Swords. 10 of Swords. And Three of Wands. Beautiful. So for the environment, what else does Gemini need to know about the environment? Four of Wands, the Five of Cups, and the Five of Swords. Excellent. Okay. Now, I do have reversals in here. So let's go ahead and pull out for the Chariot. What else does Gemini need to know about this Chariot? Clearly that one. Ah, beautiful. Three of Cups, Queen of Cups, and Justice again. Four of Swords, Five of Swords reversed, Four of Cups reversed. Five of Wands. I feel like Gemini is very inaccessible to old circles right now. Completely shut the door on a lot of stuff. Knight of Cups. Nine of Coins. Tower. Tower and Justice kind of go hand in hand a lot of times. It's like Scorpio versus Libra. Eight of Cups, we have a Death card. Beautiful. We have a Two of Coins, and we have a Devil reversed. See what's happening? It's like you're coming out of this dark cave that you didn't even know you were in. Right? Like the whole perspective of things is completely shifting for you. And you know, you might be a high vibe person, right? You might be someone that's usually like really positive, and you're always moving, you're always creating, you're always making things happen, and that's great. But there is an expansion of consciousness here that is indescribable and well-deserved. The Fool. Another Eight of Wands. No, wait, not another. I mean, I kind of go with the Chariot in terms of the movement quality. Ace of Cups, beautiful. High Priestess, we have the Hanged Man. Another Three of Swords. Four of Coins. Oops, okay, well, we got two over here. What are they? Let's see. Five of Cups, which is here, and the Eight of Cups reversed. Six of Coins. Nine of Cups. And Nine of Swords. Oh, with the Emperor at the bottom of the deck. Beautiful. I love that reinforcement of that message. That's amazing. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. And if not, I wish you guys an amazing January. Talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. So let's go ahead and get into this, starting with the Page of Swords. Now, the Page of Swords is not only in the position here, which is what the universe needs from you, it is also in the very center of the reading. All right. So this is a really important energy. There is this quality here of open-mindedness, a beginner's mind, being open to shifts in your reality or shifts in your perceived realities. We also have the Tower over here. Now, for some reason, this really speaks to me, for you, for Cancer specifically, as the Saturn in Aquarius, which is your 8th house transit here, okay? You're changing. Plain and simple, you're changing. Plain and simple, you're evolving. And sometimes you have to let things crumble in order to do that. And throughout January, there may be events that occur. And I'm getting this feeling as the Page of Swords of just you over here watching this happen with absolutely no desire or no intention of getting involved. You may witness other people struggling. You may witness other people going through something. You may witness other people's drama. And you're just saying like, look, you have to go through that. And I feel that there's, with this Authority card over here, that there is this empowerment that is happening. Now, we have this beggar card, all right? And I feel strongly that you are tapping into the light attributes, because even over here, right, the beggar, light attributes, confronts empowerment at the level of physical survival, awakens the spiritual authority, here's that word, awakens the spiritual authority of humility, compassion, and self-esteem. You having this authority here and the humility of the Page of Swords and being compassionate, but also not enabling. Because you're going to be witnessing the shadow attribute, right? Dependence on others to the exclusion of effort. I feel like you're going to be witnessing a lot of other people going through tower moments, and your involvement or lack of involvement in their tower moments is actually going to, in turn, be a tower moment for you, because it's like there's some kind of emotional or spiritual or psychological breakthrough that will occur that says, I don't have to shoulder that burden. I don't have to hold myself responsible for their tower stuff. I don't have to be the one that jumps in to fix this. I don't have to be the one that comes in and saves the day, right? I just can let them go through their tower moment, and that's it. And I think this is like an incredibly emotionally intelligent response that not a lot of people are going to like, because people don't like it when you have authority. People don't like it when you have boundaries. People don't like it when you have strength and self-esteem and confidence. They don't like that because it reflects back to them their lack of those things. There is a lot of reflection going on with the 7th house stuff. A lot. You versus them, and them versus you. And when I say versus, I don't necessarily mean like a competition. I just mean comparison. I mean contrast. And what's going to actually end up happening. Now, there was something that came to my mind when I shuffled these cards, and I can't necessarily pinpoint it in the cards, with the exception, I mean, kind of maybe with the Page of Swords and this 10th house world card, which of course 10th house is Capricorn rulership. But we also have Chiron going direct in your actual 10th house in Aries. But other than those two cards, I don't really know where this is coming from. So let me just say it. I feel like this is a month where something clicks in you in terms of how to ask for things. And when I say how to ask, I don't mean with your words to other people. I mean with your energy to the universe, right? You know that saying, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. This is like having learned that lesson and completely evolving in terms of how you ask for things. And understanding that when you really ask, right? And this is how I always say when we talk about manifestation, you want to manifest the feelings, not the circumstances. You want to manifest the feelings of joy and fulfillment and passion and love and comfort and contentment, right? That's what you really want to manifest. You don't want to manifest, oh, well, I want that amount of money because then it will give me that contentment, because we also all know that won't work. Either way, regardless of what you manifest, you will get it. So again, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. And a Page of Swords, I think, is completely open to reevaluating their approach to how the questions or how the manifestations or how the intentions are vibrationally formulated. Because it will manifest in the world. So what are you really asking for? And I think there are things being reflected back to you, right? People that you see who literally got everything they asked for. You're going to see that, and you're going to realize that maybe you don't really know what you want, right? Maybe you don't really get it. Maybe people don't really understand what this whole manifestation thing is really all about. And it makes you go inside a little bit, and it makes you say, well, do I even really know what this is all about? And how can I shake up or change my strategy or change my approach? What is it that I'm not seeing? What is it that I don't know? What is it that I don't understand? And be open to receiving the answers to those questions so that you can then vibrationally ask, vibrationally request for certain things that will actually make a positive difference in your life, right? It's one thing to say, well, I want, right? This is what we always say, like, this is why we call it like black magic or whatever, because a lot of people will say, well, I want that person to love me back. And then there's like this weird, they may cast a spell or they send out that intention, and like always, right, you get what you want. And then those relationships often turn into like complete disasters. Or someone manifests a ton of money. Okay, well, they get a ton of money, but then they spend it and they get a little overindulgent, and then they end up broke. It's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to create chaos here. You're witnessing chaos. Hi, of course, Annie comes in right when I'm talking about chaos, and she's like, has been very chaotic lately. Little Miss Chaos. But you're witnessing people in their chaos. You're witnessing people in their self-destructive patterning. And you're using them as a comparison in terms of what you don't want. And through discovering what you don't want, through seeing what you don't want to have, through seeing what you don't want to experience, you get to better formulate what you do want. And you get to home in on what's better for you. Now, I actually want to home in on this center row to begin with, because the Three of Wands is a suggestion that the ships are coming in. That's what we always say with the Three of Wands. The ships are coming in. And this is that moment where you have to know, like, the ships are coming in, the energy is shifting, your manifestation is coming into the world. So you want to be clear about what it is that you are truly attracting right now. I don't know why this like law of attraction stuff is coming in really hot and heavy this month. Capricorn season, maybe because there's that quality of things, the physicality, it's an earth season. So there is that focus, there is that emphasis on the tangibility, being able to truly experience it with your senses, right? With your eyes, with your fingers, with your ears, with your mouths, right? Being able to actually have it. And this Venus retrograde is asking us to reevaluate our true values. What is truly important? What truly matters? Because if you are manifesting superficial things, then your experience will feel superficial. And I know you can't see the cards. I'm sorry. I'm just going to leave Annie here because I'm a pushover and I love her too much to move her. It's really what's happening. I'm just going to leave her here. But Three of Wands, guys, it's coming. Okay, so Page of Swords, now is a time to get very clear and to get clear with your vibration and to get clear with your inspiration as well. We have the Ace of Wands with this sort of heated up, illuminated third eye chakra that is very like passionate. Ace of Wands is very passionate. What do you really want? Like if you want money, we know that it's not really that you want the money. Everyone knows that. It's never really about the money. It's about the freedom. If you want romantic love, maybe it's not really about having a romantic partner. Maybe it's about being accepted or feeling like you belong. Right? So get straight with the real meaning of the desire, the real underlying desire that is giving birth to the surface level conscious desire. Because there is something soul driven. Like nothing is superficial here. Like if you're thinking about money right now, which is a very normal Capricorn season thing to be thinking about, plus Venus retrograde, she's a money planet. So if you are thinking about money right now, that's great. But we know it's not about the money. So get real with what it's really about. All right? This is a highly active, this is like igniting something. Boom. It's an energy ignition. Boom. And it's like starting a car. And when you start that car and you start driving that car, you are going to get to your destination. Otherwise, what is the point of even getting into the car? All right? There's something powerful about the energy that is going on right now, which means the awareness. And this is where your true magician energy, like you have to be aware. And this King of Cups right here, highly aware of his energy, highly aware of his thoughts, highly aware of his actions, and not just aware of the thoughts and actions themselves, but aware of the effects of those things. The effects and the impacts, because what you're because what you're seeing out there in the world, the chaos in the world, you are seeing the effects of people who are completely unaware. And the difference between aware and unaware is monumental. Because if you're aware and you are swimming in the ocean, at least you know that the current is directing you to a place that is somewhat useful. If you are unaware and you are caught in some kind of a current, you are going to feel like you are drowning and being swept away, and you are going to feel like you have to start grasping at something, and you are probably going to drown because you exert so much energy toward trying to make it something that it just isn't. Awareness is the power. Awareness is the key. And I love that we have radiance here as well, because it is through authority over oneself. It is through authority over one's thoughts and authority over one's vibrations. It is authority over those things that bring this quality of radiance. And we have the sun down here. I know Annie is sitting on it, but we have the sun down here too. It's reversed, but we have the sun, summer solstice, radiance, and we have the sun, which means you are a gravitational force. So vast, so huge, so significant that there is no question that you are going to receive the things that you are currently requesting. There is no doubt in my mind at all. And when we have Uranus in Taurus as well, and I know this is there's a lot of, mundane things, global financial systems, money systems, all sorts of different kinds of things like that. But on an individual scale, there is a lot of reinvention or innovation. Of course, Uranus is a highly innovative planet in terms of how you possess things and how you perceive possession and how you create the things to have. Now, 8 of Wands is a suggestion. It's reversed, and so is 6 of Swords. I'm not going to tell you that it's going to happen this month. It won't happen this month, actually. It probably won't. But this is the difference between someone who understands what is happening and someone who doesn't. Someone who understands what is happening understands that the physical reality is always lagging, right? Like if you look at your current situation, your current circumstances, let's just look at your apartment or your house. Because there was a moment when you were thinking about moving, and then there was a moment when you went out and looked at places. And then there was that moment when you actually signed the lease or the mortgage, right? When you actually bought the place. But it started how long prior to that? A month prior, a year prior, 5 years prior? It all began in thought. That's where you are now. You're in thought. but you're putting it in the tunnel, right? This sort of Eight of Wands situation. You're putting it in motion. And it is happening, but it is happening in a way that is imperceivable to the naked eye. See, people who look out to the reality as evidence of where they are, or as evidence of, like, to use the visible world as a reflection of themselves, are always selling themselves short. And that is the kind of the definition of chaos. Continually selling yourself short, continually misinterpreting what is actually happening. See, the King of Cups with the Ace of Wands, they're attuned to the perspective of something much, much, much more than the physical reality that exists around them right now. Much, much, much more. It's much bigger, much deeper, much more profound than that. They're attuned to the vibrational reality. They're attuned to the vibrational response that they're getting. Like, I just want to say, like, it's already yours, right? It's already yours. And you get to come out of this Five of Coins, like, I don't even want to say you're coming out of a place of lack, because that's going to reinforce the lack of things. It's just, it's going to be very important to recognize the temptation. That's what I want to say. To recognize the temptation to interpret that which you perceive as being a reflection of what truly is, and it is not. That's an illusion. I'm pausing here. I don't know why I'm pausing. I'm kind of having a hard time coming up with more words. I feel like maybe this reading is done, right? Like, we'll pull out the clarifiers and we'll get to the comprehensive. Because when I look at this, even the Three of Cups, I see like your potential here is so, like, I'm looking at the cosmos, I'm looking at the stars, like there is, and with Jupiter in Pisces, we have to talk about the lack of limits. There are no limits here for you at all. There is no thing that you can ask for that is so big that it is not possible for you. Boom, there it is. That's what you really need to take away from this. There is nothing so big that it is not possible for you. And I look at the Three of Cups and I look at the stars and the cosmos and everything that has existed and could exist is available to you. I want my Cancerians to go really big with their asks, really big with their requests, really big with the allowing themselves to truly desire. Because if you say, well, I want some gigantic, amount of money, or I want some kind of impossible kind of love, if that's what you say that you want, but then you immediately edit that and say, well, maybe I'll just kind of settle for something a little bit less than, then you're no different than over here. And you're just going to be living in a chaotic world of your own making. Because you're limiting yourself. You're placing walls around yourself. And you're placing walls around yourself. And therefore, you're going to participate in some sort of weird hypocrite kind of life. A life that goes against what you know to be possible for you. You're learning a lot about creation right now, and limited thought is not conducive to creation. Limited thought is what's going to put you here. It's going to put you in a beggar place. It's going to put you in a victim place. It's going to put you in a place of disempowerment rather than empowerment. And that's really the choice, to be empowered or to not be empowered. And which side of that spectrum do you really want to be? And we all know the answer is you want to be on the empowered side. You want to be on the creator side, but you also have to be very open to going about doing this in a different kind of way. I don't know that anyone on the external world is really going to be able to, they're not going to be able to be good examples for you. This has to come from an internal knowing place, from your own internal radiance, from your own soul. Okay, let's pull out the comprehensive cards. Now, for those of you who are new, the cards we're about to pull out are the clarifiers that we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. So let's go ahead and start with the Page of Swords, which really is what else does Cancer need to know regarding what the universe needs from them. So what does the universe need from Cancer right now? Four of Cups. Six of Coins. And I feel like this one here. Four of Swords reversed. Two of Cups in the environment. Ten of Wands. And, I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally pulled out two, which is fine. And we have the Eight of Cups reversed, and we have the Five of Wands. Okay. Now, let's take a look at this Eight of Wands reversed. We have the Hierophant. And we have the Seven of Wands. And we have the King of Swords reversed. That King of Swords reversed came out for someone else as well. I'm really not getting a very good feeling from him at all. Eight of Swords reversed. This is a month. This month is a chance for you to completely obliterate your limiting beliefs. It's a chance. You might not do it entirely, all of you, but I think this is the beginning of a process of just getting all that stuff out of your head. Three of Coins. And tapping into more deeply, more from a more real place, your own limitlessness. Oh my gosh, I love that. A King of Cups with a King of Coins. And I love that especially because we have the nodes transitioning into Scorpio Taurus. We have Scorpio Taurus being represented here. There's a lot of the money stuff coming through. Oh, okay, we got Nine of Cups. And then we also have the Ace of Coins reversed. Okay. Three of Wands. Oh, goodness. Okay. These cards definitely want to talk to you guys. All right, we've got the Six of Coins, which is same as over here. Another Eight of Cups, which is over here. Justice. Two of Swords. Seven of Swords reversed. Three of Swords reversed. The Devil on top of the Ace of Wands. I actually don't mind that, if I'm being honest. Another Two of Wands. Well, not another, actually. This is Three of Wands down here. Two of Wands. Ten of Wands reversed, which we have the Ten of Wands here. Nine of Swords. Eight of Wands. Knight of Coins. Knight of Swords reversed. Yeah, really not liking the sword energy. And the sword energy could be an air sign in your life, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Could also be just logic itself. Logic and rationalizations. I just really don't think that those... Oh, she's got my celestite. I love you, baby, but no. Okay. She goes here for the next one. Queen of Wands. the World. And Four of Wands, and then we have the Hanged Man at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. All right, you guys know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. It's going to be a very interesting January. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. Okay, let's go ahead and get started here. I don't want to start actually with a specific card. I want to talk about some concepts or archetypes that are emerging. Now, for the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, we have the King of Cups, which is fixed water, which is Scorpio, which is your 4th house. We also have fixed earth, Taurus, 10th house. We know Uranus is going direct this month. We know that the nodes are shifting, north node into Taurus, south node into Scorpio. We also have the 8th house being accentuated here with Jupiter in the 8th, Jupiter in Pisces, right? So there has to be a quality of depth here, okay? And it has to come from the emotional realm. Scorpio, 4th house with a south node, with a moon, with a high priestess. Like, I'm just going to say it right now. Where you are is a highly emotionally charged place. Okay, Annie decided to come join us for this. Okay, so you're emotionally charged. And consciously, your conscious mind, your logical mind, while it is always a player, I don't know that that is the driving force between certain decisions that you have to make. And I think you do have decisions that you have to make. Uranus in the 10th with the node. It's not just Uranus in 10th. This is Uranus in 10th going direct with the nodal transition into the 10th, asking you for real, where do you really want to go? And what do you really see for yourself and for your life? Now, the King of Cups, in terms of what the universe needs from you, not only your depth, but it needs your empowerment. Now, we have this prostitute card. Now, this doesn't mean like an actual prostitute. It's just the archetype, right? And there's a light attribute and there's a shadow attribute. I want to talk about the shadow attribute first. This says, places material consideration and security above self-empowerment. I have a feeling some of you are going to be asked, right? There will be a choice point in front of you. Actually, I'm sorry, baby girl. I have to move you, okay? The choice point here with the Two of Swords, here it is. This is the choice point. And your material security or your kind of means of survival might really be like on the docket here, and there might be really real questions. She's just going to come back. There might be very real questions in terms of, can I continue to prioritize my financial situation? Can I continue to prioritize my place in the world and what I want to achieve and where I want to go and the heights that I wish to climb to? Can I really keep prioritizing that? Or is this a time for me to go very deep within myself and to make some very real changes, which might bring substantial levels of risk and insecurity? Because with the light attribute, right, we talked about the shadow, now we talk about the light. This says, accentuates the challenge of surviving without negotiating the power of your spirit. The question is do all of these worldly aspirations, do they continue to make sense moving forward? Or do you have to really reboot and reset in your life somehow? I'm not saying it's all going to happen overnight, but just general overview, we have a Tower card here and we have a Disruption card here. So I think something is going to break. Something that you have been sustaining will no longer be able to be sustained King of Cups is the king of transformation, 8th house. And we have Jupiter coming through the 8th house, which means Jupiter is going to amplify, accentuate, or magnify the transformative energies within you at this time and offer you the hope and the optimism to carry it through rather than cowering in fear. Because sometimes when our material life, our financial security is at stake, and maybe we're being asked to move away from that security or that sense of knowingness with it, we opt out. And by opting out, you are opting out of something that I feel is destined for you. Oh, Annie just fell. Okay. Now we have the High Priestess in the environment. Now, whenever the High Priestess or the Hermit comes out in the environment, there's a quality of lack of evidence, right? Like when you look out into the external world, you're not going to be able to see or receive the validation that you're hoping to receive in terms of your choices. The choices and the decisions, Two of Swords, they have to come from this place of just, I know this is right for me. That's a very scorpionic thing because it is extreme in a lot of ways. It is very intense. And it kind of puts you on this edge, like the edge of a cliff, walking on the edge of this cliff. But the thing is that I know that you know that things have to change. They have to. North Node comes into the 10th. And I think you're taking a more spiritual path, a path that is more aligned with your divinity or aligned with God or with the Holy Spirit. Like you are aligning as long as you allow yourself to align. But there are going to be attachments that you have that are going to be accentuated this month. And you have to decide one by one whether or not you're going to keep those attachments alive. And it is likely attachments in the shadow attribute capacity, right? Material considerations and security above your own self-empowerment. Now with the Two of Cups, now some of you, this could be a love thing. We do have Saturn in the 7th house, so there could be a deepened concentration on relationships, but it doesn't have to be. The Two of Cups, and I see that's kind of mirrored with the King of Coins and the Queen of Coins down here. There's this sort of a marriage of some kind. Again, could be an actual marriage or actual commitment or an actual coming together of two people, or it could be you and your marriage with your destiny, you and what is meant for you, your fate, if you will. Some of you also your karma. There is a coming together. There's a bridging that is happening. This often happens with a 10th house nodal transit. 10th house, 4th house. You're coming together, and that is why this choice point presents itself. Four of Wands reversed. I feel like your root system, your safety system, your security system, it's like a rug being pulled out from under you. A massive disruption. Yes, the Tower, disruption, a little bit of chaos, disorganization. Things get flipped over. Like they cannot continue to be the way they have been. And a part of you, I think, with the Fool here feels liberated by that, because it is just one less excuse, one less justification, one less reason, quote unquote, that you continue to dole out for the sake of keeping something that is past dead alive. But then there's that other part of you that is terrified, because as a fixed sign, okay, look, Uranus is challenging the fixed signs like crazy. Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, all of you. You're being challenged in terms of how capable you are of handling your life when you are completely out of control. And I think something has reached a point where you are no longer maybe you had control. Maybe you had your say in things. You had your foot in the door. You had things organized, right? Maybe that's how it was. Not anymore. And over the course of the next year and a half, as the North Node comes conjunct with Uranus and we have eclipses in there, right? It's just going to show you more and more and more and more how radical the changes that are needed are actually needed. Now, I'm not saying that everyone is going to be like completely, quitting all their jobs and being all like with no income or whatever, but I am saying that the shift is going to be drastic, and it's beginning right now, if it hasn't already begun through like Scorpio, Sagittarius season. Okay? Expect powerful change with the Tower. But the thing is that this is what your inner self, remember, nothing that happens is accidental. Nothing that happens is not divinely inspired or divinely timed. Everything about what is going on is absolutely perfect. And a lot of it is happening because of the frequency and the energy and the thought patterning and the emotional state that you hold. And I feel that some of you have had I'll even go so far as to say resentment toward something in your life, resentment toward a job or an obligation or a family member or a financial burden or whatever. There's been resentment toward that thing. And because this has been going on for however long, the universe is responding to this in maybe a little bit of a dramatic way with the Tower. It is ultimately setting you free, so long as you perceive it that way, though. Your perception is absolutely everything, because there are going to be some Leos that go through significant evolution. Again, it could be internal. It doesn't mean that anything external is really happening. It may be completely 100% emotional. It could be healing. It could be, just you coming into deeper levels of wisdom. But usually when you go through something so heavy internally, there are external effects. And we are in Capricorn season, and we have, this Venus retrograde going on with Pluto. We've got Jupiter activating the 8th house. So there is this quality of transformation in both an internalized and externalized way. Maybe it went the other way around for some of you. Maybe you had to go through some significant external changes where things fell out of your hands so that you could, right? Because that external change facilitates or is facilitating the internal change. But the fact of the matter is, 7 of Swords in the very center of the reading, is that the universe is not going to let us sort of shirk these responsibilities. It's not going to let us kind of go under the radar and just sort of slip through. With Venus with retrograde in Capricorn, I described this in my astrology reading a couple of weeks ago, where I talked about Pluto, right? And then the Saturn part of Capricorn. So we have kind of this Pluto-Saturn thing going on with Venus, and she's just trying to scoot by and pretend like everything is fine, but you've got these two big bouncers, Pluto and Saturn, saying, I don't care how pretty you are, I don't care how much money you have, I don't care how much you think you have, I don't care. You have to deal with this. And it's like a stripping down of the naivete, which I talked a lot about in the Capricorn reading. Stripping down of the naivete, stripping down of your innocence, stripping down of that part of you that might be in a state of willful denial, or confronting a part of you that you've been ignoring. And the more you push it away, the more aligned you become with that karma or that destiny. You can't escape it. You have to face it. Unfortunately, a lot of Leos are going to continue to live in this denial. They're going to continue to try to get away with something. They're going to continue to try to not make this choice because they know that by making this choice, the rug gets pulled out from under them, and they don't want to be the one that does it to themselves. Because it's what they know, right? It's what you know for your life. It's what you know to be your safety. It's what you know to be your security. It's kept you safe for so long. But like, the curtain has been pulled back here. Everything is getting exposed. You can't escape yourself. And we have this shape-shifting quality here as well, which says that the energy, you as an individual, are changing form, transformation, shape-shifting, powerful change. I feel that if you don't address this thing, whatever it is for you, if you don't address it, if you don't go into it, if you don't allow yourself to heal from it and truly overcome it, then it's going to begin to manifest in other kinds of ways. Sixth house, there's a lot of physical health, physical ailments that goes on. And when Mars gets into Capricorn on, when does he come in? The 24th of January. When Mars comes in on the 24th of January, he may exacerbate physical ailments, physical symptoms. Doesn't mean like terrible things. It could just be like a headache or a migraine or something like that, or stiffness, or, you just may have like a feeling in your gut that just feels a little uneasy or something. But those are physical symptoms, physical manifestations of the avoidance and of the denial itself. The moon is coming out, and I love that with the High Priestess. Again, this is all coming from an inner world. This is all coming from an intuitive drive or an intuitive ambition that you don't really have a lot of control over. I think this is definitely your higher self that has the reins here and is saying, Leo, your life is about to evolve very, very quickly. You are evolving and have been evolving. And now is a time where you get to confront the subconscious fears, the subconscious insecurities, the subconscious whatevers that have kept you in a suspended state, have kept you. And it doesn't mean that there was failure. That's the thing, is I'm actually seeing that there were places where you were successful that no longer truly aligns with what you see for your life. It's like, working, let's say you're an attorney, right? You're this attorney and you go and you make a ton of money and you do very, very well and you help a lot of people. And then you just hit this point where you say, it's not enough anymore. It's not enough. And now here, Four of Wands reversed, pulling the rug out, and you say, am I even going to keep being a lawyer anymore? Am I even going to keep doing this? Or what else can I do? How else can I apply this knowledge? How else, where else can I go? And that may be a line of thinking that you might not be prepared for, or maybe you have been thinking about it the whole year, I'm not sure. Maybe you've been thinking about it since Uranus came into Taurus a couple years ago. I don't know how long you've been thinking about it, but this is a time when you can't avoid it. Because we can think about that all the time. I think we all think about that. We think about our life path. We think about our journey. We think about our career, and we think about all this stuff. But we hit that breaking point, and we know we have to do something about it. And I think that's where you are. Because there's no denying what the moon and what the High Priestess is, what they're revealing to you, which is you about yourself. King of Coins, 10th house activation, kind of being supported by the Queen of Coins, which is Capricorn. We know that Taurus and Capricorn birth both earth signs. There is a trine aspect, which is very harmonious. There is the having component of Taurus. There is the using component of Queen of Coins. And when I say using, it means like using the knowledge that you have to materialize the things that you hope to materialize in your life. Now, like I said before, this could be a romantic union for some of you, and some of you may have to have deep, meaningful conversations, Two of Cups, and confront this choice together, especially if you're married. And there might be some kind of decision that is made that you both come to together, and you both are going to have to be willing to go through this powerful change, to go through this disruption together. And I feel like some of you are going to be, putting together some kind of an exit plan or an exit strategy. Because remember, 8th house, endings and beginnings. Venus conjunct Pluto, the Pluto 8th house stuff. Not to mention in a couple of months when Mars comes over Pluto as well in Capricorn, it's going to even push that ending notion even that much more. And even as the planets come over Saturn in Aquarius season, accentuating the ending component even that much more, of saying, look, this is a time of harvest. It is the end of a season. It is the end of a situation. And that's it. I mean, there's nothing other than that. That's it. It's the end. It's dead. It's gone. It's done. It is over. And now you have to adapt. You have to change. You have to evolve. Not easy for someone with fixed energy. Now, you may have a lot of mutability in your chart or cardinal energy, and that's great. But if you don't, if you have a lot of fixed, this is going to feel very uncomfortable because you are no longer in a known space of operation. And you're going to have to take the lead, and it is a lead that is driven by intuition, not with a conscious knowing. You're going to have to operate in faith. You're going to have to move forward with a sense of like embracing the mystery. And it is a very mysterious environment in which you are operating here. Now, I feel strongly that there are going to be things coming in. I don't necessarily see it in the cards, but a King of Coins is very magnetic. He always is pulling in Leo. I mean, you're a Leo. What can I say? You're the sun rulership, right? The center of the solar system. You hold everything intact. You can attract like crazy, right? So I'm not worried about the next thing showing up for you. It's just a matter of, will you be mentally and emotionally truly prepared? Let's pull out the clarifiers here. So the cards I'm about to pull out, for those of you who are new to the channel, are the cards I will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. So let's see with this King of Cups. What do we need to know about the King of Cups? Which is really, what else do you need to know about what the universe needs from you? We have the Four of Coins, Nine of Swords reversed, and we have the Two of Wands. Ace of Wands for the environment, Six of Swords, Ten of Swords reversed. Beautiful. Okay, now starting with the Two of Cups, what else does Leo need to know about the Two of Cups? Three of Cups, You at least have a support system. That's great. Oh, an Emperor, beautiful. Love that. And, oh, another moon. Exactly. There is a I keep saying it. I'm sorry. I know I keep repeating myself, but there is a destiny. You're coming together with a destiny. It's like a destined moment. And it may not feel like it, and it may feel very chaotic and discombobulated and not like what you would think aligning with destiny would feel like. You would think that it would feel right, or that it would feel inspired. I don't really get a lot of inspiration from this particular set of cards, but it is Capricorn season. It's not the most magical time of year, okay? We do have Jupiter in Pisces, but that's 8th house activation for you. So it's going to be more just the gut feeling. We've got the Wheel of Fortune reversed. We've got the Devil. Another tower. So we have a tower over here, which says disruption. We have a tower here, and we have a tower here. 4 of Wands. We have Judgment. Ooh, 4 of Wands upright. Amazing. Okay. 9 of Wands. 10 of Cups, beautiful for 10 of Cups right on top of that tower there. See, the tower is never bad, ever. It never is bad. 9 of Coins reversed. There is a material component to this, right? Because we have that prostitute, material considerations versus empowerment. Knight of Wands reversed. Justice. Five of Cups. Knight of Coins. 4 of Swords reversed. Another High Priestess. And the Hierophant reversed. 7 of Wands. Ace of Cups. And another 4 of Coins to match that there. Chariot, beautiful. We love the Chariot. This is what I mean. Like, there's movement here. It can go fast. It doesn't mean you're going to be in this suspended state of weirdness for that long. It's just, it needs you to make this transition. We've got the 6 of Cups and the 4 of Cups. Now for the final Queen of Coins. 9 of Cups reversed, the 3 of Swords. Why do I feel like there's something you have to do on your own? I feel, the Magician. I feel that there is something that you are being asked and you have to do it on your own. Saturn in the 7th house. I feel that you can't rely upon, you can make decisions together, but so much is up to you. And there is a lot of weight and responsibility for you here. And I don't see that as a bad thing at all. It's just something, to be aware of, that this is you, this is your life, this is your journey, this is your path, and no one else can live it for you. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Thank you guys so much. I love you and I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing January. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. So I'm very excited about this energy because we have 2 Hermit cards that came out, right? And this is the Virgo card, which means you are just like this beautiful embodiment of yourself. And There's something very authentic coming through for you throughout Capricorn season. And I think this has a lot to do actually with the Saturn through the 6th house transit. If I'm being like legit honest, Saturn through the 6th, your natural house really brings out the truest essence of you. Okay, so when we look at the Queen of Cups, now she signifies what the universe needs from you. And even here, like I look at her and I see her looking away from all the cards, right? She's looking in that direction. And she's just kind of in her magical place. And she's in her feelings and she's in her thoughts and she's indulging in her desires. And she's just being and fully experiencing everything that is going on within her. And it is a highly receptive mode. It's a highly alert or an aware state of being. And I think it takes courage to really be here as well, because the world wants us to be thinking about everyday things. It wants us to be going. It wants us to be busy. We've got, holidays going on. We have new quarters starting. We have new financial goals, New Year's resolutions. We have all these things going on. And I feel this Queen of Cups is like, don't bother me with all that BS. Just like, shh. Like you're just like a librarian telling everyone to just like, shh, be quiet. Be quiet. I'm just trying to just be. I'm just trying to just process. And it's not even though that there's a lot of goal. Like, it's not that you're trying to process like emotions or try to process where you're going or what you're really feeling. It's just like indulging in everything that your human experience is right now. And there is solitude here. She's alone on the beach, in her world, in her little clamshell. And in the environment, though, we have the Empress, which signifies that, as you know, and as I'm sure you fully accept, all the resources that you need for whatever you wish to do, whatever you wish to create, are absolutely at your disposal. And she doesn't seem, uptight. She doesn't seem worried or stressed about that. She knows that. She understands that when she has a request, she can, send it out into the universe and the universe will respond. But I just don't think that you have that great of needs right now. I feel like you are meeting so many of your own needs. You're not lonely, right? You're not, I don't know, you're whole. And I feel this new start is coming. Now, I don't know that the new start is going to be happening in January per se. I don't usually see January. It is a cardinal season, so I guess there's that. But it's still like in the northern hemisphere anyway. It's like the middle of winter, right? So it's kind of like hibernation time. But the new start, right? We know that when we plant a seed, we plant it in darkness. And I feel like there is a new seed, but it is going to be in darkness for a couple of months. And a lot of what's going on here is you just connecting with, right, your sort of higher spirit, your higher self, connecting with ancient wisdom, stone people, vigilance. Now, for whatever reason, with the stone people card from this particular deck, I rarely see the vigilance quality coming out. I'm so much more drawn to the stone people with this card, the spirits of the stones, the spirits of the rocks, the spirits of the earth and this world, right, that are so ancient, millions and millions, if not billions of years old. They've been around, right? Like this energy has seen everything. And I feel that you are connecting in some way to the stone people energy, and you are operating with that level of wisdom, with that level of knowledge. And it's such a high library of knowledge, right? Very few people access this. And I'm not trying to like stroke your ego to make you feel special or whatever. It's just that this is the natural effect of what happens when you go inside yourself. This is what happens when you meditate. This is what happens when you experiment. This is what happens when you grow and when you heal and when you evolve, consciously evolve. And I wouldn't be surprised if you are feeling very separate from a lot of people, very separate from a lot of things. Now, you can be engaged in, day to day. You can go to the office, you can have a boyfriend, girlfriend, or a spouse, you can have a family. Like, you can do all of that stuff. But there's something deeper that is in the background at all times. And I would recommend taking time away for yourself as much as possible, to do the hermit thing, to do the introverted thing, to do the self-analytical Virgo thing. Okay, because whatever you need is here. If you need the money, it's there. If you need the job, it'll be there. If you need the new home, it'll be there. Whatever you need, it will be there. The Empress is here. And I love the divine feminine qualities both coming out, because it's like what happens when two women support each other, right? Like, which is, in the past, I think it's becoming more and more common. But I also think, in the past, women were very competitive against one another. And I feel a supportive quality, right? There's a divine feminine support. And as the master of creation, the Empress, she is imparting all of her wisdom upon the Queen of Cups, and all she has to do is just listen. And I do feel a lot of listening, because with this Five of Swords, right, I kind of always am drawn to how he's rubbing his head. Like, there's like a headache, like, oh, I got a migraine, or oh, like I can't, this noise is so overstimulating, or this light is so bright, or, this whatever is just so like, it's too much. And this may be even an aspect of yourself, right? Even your own repetitive thoughts. There may be that part of you that's like, oh, this is too much. I can't think about this anymore. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to. Like, it hurts my head, literally, to go back down to that vibration. Because when you're here with the Queen of Cups and also the Hermit, well, let me get to that Hermit card in a minute. But when you're here, you're in such a high place. There's room for appreciation and gratitude and joy and faith. And we have a faith card over here, right? There's so much room for that. And, I just noticed this 9th house says number 33, and we have the 3 with the Empress here as well. And we know that 3 is ruled by Jupiter. And Jupiter is the ruler of the 9th house, the natural ruler, rather, of the 9th house. So there's this quality here of expansion and faith. And sometimes when you're in a lower vibration, faith is very difficult to come by, because you are so bombarded with the realism or the pessimism that you were scripted with, right? And you know that it's a script. You know that it's a program. You know that it doesn't really belong to you. And that's why it's like creates headaches, because it's just, I don't like this feeling. I don't like this vibration. Like, please let me go back up to the top of the mountain. Please let me disconnect. Please let me not deal with this drama anymore. It's just, you're tired of it. You're over it. And I want to look at this Hermit card here. Now, I love this deck because it has a light attribute and a shadow attribute. So it gives you both. And there's kind of things to pay attention to, right? So on the light attributes, we say seeks solitude to focus intently on inner life, serves personal creativity. And I do feel that something is being created here, especially when the Empress is involved. With the new start coming, there are seeds being planted in the dead of winter, mind you, but we also know that you need to plant, your tulip bulbs before the first frost, right? Or right around the time of the first frost, in order for them to grow in the spring. You are creating, but you also need the space for the patience. But it's not patience like forced patience. It's an appreciation of the desire for the creation itself. It's not really about the creation. It's about the feelings that the desire instills, because desire that is not desperate, right? Non-desperate desire is like one of the best feelings in the world. In fact, I think many people might argue that the desire is better than the having. And so there is an indulgence in the desire itself. And I think with the Hermit, you can actually separate yourself from that and truly do that. You can do the indulgence there because this desire is likely coming from a highly empowered place. We have the Strength card. This is not coming from an ego needing validation, filling a void type of place. That's not what this is. And it's not that way for anybody right now, by the way. Like, don't shy away from the things that you are desiring. Your higher self is absolutely talking to you, okay? Saturn through Aquarius is pushing our consciousness, and through that, or in order to do that, or in order to achieve that, it is instilling new desires. And because we have Jupiter coming through Pisces now, there are no limits. So it's not about limiting or holding yourself back so much as it is about allowing, just allowing yourself to want that, allowing yourself to feel the feelings without necessarily getting so caught up on the having of things. With the Four of Coins, I don't even mind this. Sometimes this can bring out a stubbornness, and we do have some kind of difficult cards. I mean, not really difficult, but Three of Swords in the center is kind of like, But I do feel that the Four of Coins is not a bad energy right now. And I feel that instead of this being a stubborn card, or a card of being stuck, or a card of being like a penny pincher, I actually feel like no matter where you're at, it's enough. Financially, in terms of your relationships, in terms of your job, it's enough. And I feel with the Queen of Cups, she's able to really feel that. Now, it doesn't mean you don't want more or something else, because it is by nature, and especially with Jupiter in rulership and Mars still in Sagittarius. Okay, so we have this very Jupiterian, Sagittarian, Piscean, a lot of strong themes here. And they do want to go beyond. So there's no reason to feel guilty, but you can be perfectly happy and content with everything exactly the way it is, and feel that everything is absolutely 100% enough. And if nothing ever changed in your life ever again, that you would be okay with that. You can be there and desire a new experience. And in a way, this Queen of Cups she's right there. That's exactly where she's at. Everything is perfect, and she wants to expand. And this Judgment card, which in this particular deck I love, because it's kind of like an astral projection. Like, she's kind of like projecting her spirit up, operating more in the ethereal realm, or in the vibrational realm, the energetic sphere or the energy field, right? She's more operating there. And in a weird way, because again, you might be sitting in darkness with this new start. You've planted the seeds, covered it up with dirt. It's got to sit there for a few months. So you get to enjoy yourself in the energy realm, in the realm of dreams, in the realm of daydreams, in the realm of imagination, in the realm of emotional, vibrational desire. You get to put yourself there and feel it in its most perfect state. Because when you imagine it, it's almost always better in imagination than it is in real life, right? So you get to imagine it perfectly. You get to imagine the perfect love, the perfect home, the perfect, and I will use that word perfect because I am talking to Virgo. And sometimes when we are daydreaming, or when we are meditating, or when we are creating or tapping into our vibrational reality, sometimes when we are doing that, we catch ourselves limiting ourselves here with the Three of Swords, because we don't want to go too perfect, because if we go too perfect, then we're bound to be disappointed. And then boom, immediately we're creating situations in which we will be disappointed, right? We don't want to wish for too much money, because then, oh, that's greedy. And we have this moral, kind of setback there. Like, well, we don't want to get too much, but we just want to have just enough, I want a perfect relationship, but we can't be too perfect, because then maybe he'll leave me. I mean, right? That's kind of this Three of Swords here, which is, sorry, my cat. My cat has a toy, so she's banging up against stuff. But this is a month where a Queen of Cups can be highly aware of the influence of the Three of Swords, because this Three of Swords, this pain, this disappointment, this sorrow, this grief, this hardship, this loss, suffering, whatever, it came from a past experience, an experience that is no longer happening. It came from a past experience. It came from something that made you exactly who and what you are, and in that way, was a perfect experience for you, and put you here and created the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the contrast, sorry, stealing from Abraham Hicks here, the contrast between what you don't want and now what you do. In that way, Three of Swords was perfect. In that way, the Three of Swords was absolutely necessary in order to get you in this place of creating that which you are currently creating. So with the Two of Swords, you are at a choice point. And there are a lot of choices at play. And this is where people are going to get hung up because they don't know they have a choice. This is where people are going to either take the path of least resistance, which is what Jupiter in Pisces is. That is what we need to be doing, the path of least resistance. And when we find ourselves emotionally or mentally or spiritually fighting with ourselves, right, in conflict with ourselves, we need to go into ourselves with a hermit mode moment. And we need to say, why am I fighting this thing that feels so good? Why am I suppressing it? Why am I preventing myself from really feeling all the feelings? Why am I limiting myself even in the vibrational realm? Why am I doing that? And you have a choice to stop doing it. The important thing is the consciousness to the resistance, right? The consciousness to the pain that is preventing the full dream to truly actualize. And then to choose the path or the vibration or the emotion that does not experience resistance. To consciously choose that. And I love this Page of Cups because there's a little pig with wings. And I always say this is my when pigs fly card. And that's what we say, right? We always say, oh, when something is so completely out of the realm of possibility, oh, well, when pigs fly, then this will happen. And here's this card saying, well, the pigs are flying. So there you go. So it's happening, right? And with this ninth house, now we do have to mention that the nodes are coming into Taurus and Scorpio. So North node comes into Taurus in the ninth. South node comes into Scorpio in the third. Now, this says faith. And I feel strongly, though, with the South node in the third house, that there are a lot of new connections that you're making or will be making with this transit, especially with Uranus involved. There are going to be profound insights beyond what you can comprehend at this particular moment in time. You are making all sorts of new connections, and you are expanding ninth house. You are expanding in the way you think about things. And slowly but surely, your kind of like library of knowledge gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, which completely reshapes the way you approach almost everything. See, I feel like this is like an important preparation time, and I've been saying that all through 2021. But for Virgo, this is a preparation time to prepare yourself for, what am I trying to say? Like to prepare yourself for the seemingly impossible. Because what you're perceiving to be impossible now will not seem impossible in the next year and a half, because that is what the nodal transit through the ninth house and the third house will offer. The expansion of what you perceive to be accessible to you. Now remember, the Empress is over here in the environment saying it's all accessible to you. Every single thing that you could possibly ask for, it's there. And I think you're just kind of, the reason for this indulgence, the reason for this hermit mode, the reason for this kind of alone time is to work you up incrementally or slowly into this vibration of what now you're experiencing a lot of resistance against, but you won't be resistant against it in the next year and a half. You won't be pushing and denying yourself that. And so now you're kind of like, okay, I just want to recognize my resistance right now, and I want to be able to choose whether or not to indulge a resistance or not. It's practice. You're in mastery school right now. You're learning to become a master. I don't know why I just thought like a master vibrator. Can I say that? You're like becoming a master vibrator. Okay, master with your vibration, a master with your frequency. And when you consciously adjust, consciously making those attunements on a moment-to-moment basis. We have the Seven of Cups in the reversal, which says, do not make this more complicated than it needs to be, okay? A lot of Virgos are known for overthinking, and we do have Mercury coming into Aquarius and then retrograding back into Capricorn up against this Venus retrograde against Pluto. So there is potential with your ruling planet to be overthinking, to be agitated, to be irritable, but really with Mercury retrograde between Aquarius and Capricorn. Okay, we have to understand the essence of the air element of Aquarius and the earth element of Capricorn. These are vastly different. Air is the least dense, whereas earth is the most dense. So there's kind of like a big swing between these two. So when your ruling planet goes from one to the next and then back again, it is the realm of the mental or the intelligence sphere, air, and how it relates to the physical world, the earth, right? There's thought, which we know all is mind, right? Kabbalion, all is mind. And it must exist within the mind before it can ever possibly exist in reality. And this relationship, which you know, right? That's like obviously like no duh. But you're deepening your understanding of what that really means. You're really getting to the crux of an issue that has been a hang-up for quite some time. And the desire that is coming forth is meant to be experimental for you. It's like, I want to learn how to manifest this thing on purpose. And that's why it's here. It's an opportunity to experiment. It's an opportunity to play. And I promise you, Four of Wands, you will be successful in this. You have the stone people. Not only are you drawing upon this ancient wisdom here, but you have ancient spirit support. You're in that place where the stone people are saying, here is someone who is really ready to learn how to create. Here is someone who is really ready to learn, to understand the difference between effortful action and effortless action. Jupiter through Pisces is about effortlessness, right? Because we think of a river going down a mountain, it hits up against a roadblock and it just goes the new direction, and it's completely surrendered to gravity. It is completely surrendered to its environment, and yet it still finds its way to the ocean. Right? And it still finds its way back in the cycle of things. You will be successful with this. It will take time, but I think you're in a place now where you're willing to take it very seriously, because you might be very tired of working hard. And I think Saturn through the 6th house is accentuating that. You're tired of working hard with, I don't know, maybe some of you are even experiencing some thankless work, right? You're doing a job, you're going through the motions, you're taking care of people, you're doing whatever, and people just don't seem to really appreciate it. And all this effort seems to be going into something that is making you question, like, well, why am I even doing this? Why am I even, like there has to be a better way. And I think maybe actually, now that I say that, maybe that's the driving force. This knowing that there has to be a better way. There has to be a better way. So that there has to be a better way is fueling a desire that your higher self put into your heart specifically for you to practice bringing into form with no effort other than the vibrational attunement. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. Let's take a look here at the comprehensive cards. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 30 minutes about these cards, so just FYI on that. So we're going to pull out for the the Queen of Cups, rather. Sorry if she hits the camera here. Ace of Wands reversed. Three of Coins. And the Seven of Cups. Another thing this Three of Swords is going to really highlight for you are your conflicting thought patterns. When you hold one thought pattern that is in conflict or in a battle against, it's like they cancel each other out. Makes the journey very hard. Like you can be someone who says, I really believe that there is an amazing lover out there for me that will love me and I will love them and we'll have great sex and we'll be happy and we'll be best friends and we can get married and have a family and live happily ever after. Like you can believe that, but then also look out to the world and be like, oh, there's no one there, right? Those are two totally different conflicting thought patternings that cancel each other out. And this is about understanding which thoughts are canceling the thoughts that you want to hold consistently. So we have the Empress with the Ace of Swords. I love that. Oh, Ten of Cups, beautiful. And the Two of Cups. Wow. The environment literally has everything you want. I guarantee you that. It is there. It is there. It is possible. And it is absolutely in the realm of possibility. Remember, you are operating in the realm of when pigs fly. The pigs are flying. Okay, so you get to ask. All right. So we look at the Five of Swords. We have the Moon. We have the World. We have the Hermit. Another Hermit. Hermit. Oh, another Five of Swords. So the Five of Swords and the Hermit are definitely connected. And the King of Coins. And we have the Six of Wands. Beautiful. So for the Four of Coins, we have, oh, I didn't mean to pull out three, but we got the Queen of Wands, we got another Page of Cups, and we have the Hanged Man. I do feel like Virgo will have energy through Capricorn season for the most part, unless you have like really heavy planets in Capricorn, but for the most part. Okay, Tower reversed. The Sun. And the Four of Cups reversed. We have the Devil. Makes sense with the Three of Swords. We have the King of Wands. And the Ten of Coins. We have Six of Cups reversed. King of Cups. A lot of Kings coming out. I don't necessarily feel that the Kings are your energy per se. Okay, well, there are two cards here. That's fine. We have the Magician and the Knight of Cups reversed. Wow, these cards really want to talk to you, huh? All right, Fool reversed and Ten of Swords. Like, I'm sorry, Virgo, but you're just going to have to accept that there is magic happening right now, right? You can't be the realistic / pessimist. Now, realism is not always pessimistic, but in this case, you have to be careful of any sort of pessimistic thought in any way. Eight of Cups reversed, because it ruins it. It's ruining it. Like, let's just be magical. Let's just be as impossible and fairy tale and happily ever after as we possibly can with Jupiter through Pisces, especially in the 7th house for those of you who are looking for love. Okay, we have the Star. And we have the 5 of Wands. And we have the 9 of Cups. Beautiful. 4 of Wands, Ace of Coins. I love it. An Ace of Swords. And Strength. And bottom of the deck, an Ace of Wands, which is over here. A lot of aces. All right, you guys, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, link in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you so much. I wish you nothing but the best this amazing January. You guys know I love you. Talk to you soon. Take care. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. Okay. Here's the dilemma. Do I let her sit or not? She's a Libra, so she's here for her Libra reading, I guess. Creating chaos as per the normal for Annie. All right, we're going to let her stay, but we're going to kind of maybe readjust these cards a little bit. Okay, so we're going to start with the Page of Swords over here, which is the card that signifies what the universe really needs from you. All right. So it needs your agility, your adaptability, your flexibility, and your willingness to see things from a new perspective. And I think that's one of the important words is the willingness to see things from a different perspective, because it's possible to see a different perspective, right? You can see it and not necessarily like really see it. And the Page of Swords is very open in that regard. And he says, maybe the way I've been seeing it is not very helpful. Maybe it's created more problems than it's solved. Maybe it's time for me to move on. Now, I do want to bring out this 12th house escape card, because with Jupiter through Pisces, which is activating your 6th house, but by aspect, it aspects the 12th, right? By opposition. Escape. There is a situation that is needing you to leave, okay? It needs you to move on. It needs you to, be bold and make the first move, right? It needs you to quit. Conflict and defeat. I know this is kind of a weird message because it's not always the most motivating to say, oh, quit. Allow yourself to be defeated. Surrender. Wave the white flag. That's not normally what we like to hear, especially when we've dedicated so much time and energy and effort into something. But I feel like this situation has needed to defeat you in some way in order to get you to really learn the power of true. Well, hold on. Before I get to that, we have the Slave card. The light attribute of the Slave card says surrendering your power of choice to the divine with complete trust. This situation is absolutely here to get you to trust. It's going to get you to trust the process of walking away into a mysterious future where you don't have a lot of security. And by escaping, you actually alleviate a lot of complications in your life. Now, in the environment, we have the Karma card. I actually feel like escaping is your karma. Like it's time for you to untangle. I feel that there are like enmeshments, and she's in a hyper mood right now, so I'm surprised she's actually sleeping. She must be coming down off of her little kitty high. But we have the 5 of Wands, and we have the 3 of Cups reversed. And I see 3 people here. I see 3 people here. I feel like there's just like this weird triangulation. There's this weird relationship, whether it's romantically, professionally, with your clients, with neighbors. Like, I don't know, there's just something weird going on. And it's not productive for what it is that you are hoping to receive. And you're not going to get the results. Like, how long have you been banging your head against the wall with something? How long have you been trying to get others to live up to what they said they were going to do? And it's a continual pulling teeth or continual failing on their part. And I feel with this Knight of Cups that there is someone's what I call slippery, right? Knight of Cups. They're evasive. Sometimes they're present, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they do great work, sometimes they don't. There's nothing consistent with the Knight of Cups reversed. And it's not worth it to complain about that person anymore. Some of you may need to fire someone. Some of you may need to break up with someone. Some of you may need to stop talking to somebody, right? Some of you need to stop engaging in any way to escape the situation. And to say, you know what, universe? You know what, God? You know what, spirit? I'm going to let you handle this one. There's that TikTok audio, right? I'm going to let God handle it, because if I handle it, I'm going to go to jail, right? And perhaps that's even true. Walk away from it before it gets out of hand. Because even though this 5 of Wands isn't terrible, I mean, there's definitely worse cards to get. I mean, 5 of Wands, there's a lot of growth that comes through 5 of Wands. There's tension and conflict, but often it's for the sake of expansion and acquiring greater states of wisdom. But I don't think that's what this 5 of Wands is. I think you've gotten all the wisdom that you can get from this, and because of the wisdom that you've acquired, you are now vibrating higher. And now because you are vibrating higher, you can no longer have this in your life. See how that works? This was a necessary occurrence or situation in your life in order to get you to the higher high. But you're not meant to continue to be there. It's fleeting. It's passing. And especially if there's any kind of gossipy stuff going on, or rumors, or office politics, or bureaucratic nonsense, that is absolutely not. I'm also seeing a lot of family dynamics, especially with siblings, especially with Mars through the 3rd house. There could be a lot of interesting sibling dynamics. Maybe that's holiday stuff, but I don't know. There's definitely peer-to-peer conflict. All right? I want to come back to this Slave card, though, because it says the shadow attribute. It says giving your willpower to an external authority out of fear of making your own choices. Now, we know that the Libran stereotype, if you will, is often indecision. And I feel like maybe by not making a decision on this, by not allowing yourself to be defeated and to walk away, or to just leave entirely, by not doing that, you are giving the 5 of Wands and the 3 of Cups people and the Knight of Cups person, whoever the heck that is, you are giving those people power over you. You have to remain focused. We have this crystal focus card. Now remember, this is like a training ground for you. I feel like your ability to assert yourself right now, your ability to communicate, 3rd house Mars, your ability to project and to self-express It's a lesson that will be useful later on. And this is kind of like a training ground. Like there's really not a lot of loss that's coming through you waving the white flag. You're not going to lose anything. There's no financial loss. There's no loss of status, loss of ego or pride. I mean, you're just going to be you. You're just untangling yourself from something that will ultimately be for the best. Because when I look at this Five of Cups reverse, which by the way was directly underneath the Five of Wands, leave it to Annie to be a little, I think she's an Aries moon. I'm not sure. She's definitely like a little bit of nice with a lot of spice. And she loves to create chaos. So it's kind of funny that she sat on top of the Five of Wands. But we have this Five of Cups reversed, indicating that you've healed, right? Indicating that you don't have this leakage anymore. And I think that's what the shadow attribute is really all about, is there's leakage of power, leakage of self-confidence, leakage of self-esteem. And when you have, that hole in the bottom of your boat and the water comes in, people take advantage, your boat sinks. You've learned those lessons already. And this is an opportunity to fix the hole in the boat before it sinks you. So you're not really being defeated. It's almost as, I think I like the word surrender or sacrifice a little bit better. But it may feel like a defeat, because you can't win. I'm telling you right now, you can't win. And it's not worth trying. It's better to dedicate your energy toward new creations with the Empress. Now, I love this because this is a Venus card. You're Venus ruled, and we have a lot of Venus energy. Not only is it a Venus retrograde right now, but it is 2022. 2 + 2 + 2 is 6, which is the Venus number. So there is this Venusian approach to life right now, which I think is more based in pleasure and continuing to create more pleasure in your life. With this Ace of Swords reversed, I don't want to see my Libras thinking about things too much, because by thinking about things too much, you can probably come up with 101 reasons as to why you need to keep banging your head against the wall with this Five of Wands. As to why it's worth it and why you should keep going when you know in your gut. And I feel like this, like the pregnant belly, right? You're changing and this no longer suits you. And in your gut that you need to start creating something else. And you might not have a full concept of what that is yet. Right? The concept of creating something else feels very broad, generic, undefined, and unspecific. But that's okay. Page of Swords can operate in that realm pretty well. He doesn't need specificity. He just needs to know, okay, we're creating something else. In time, Two of Wands, the vision will become more clear. In time, the desire will surface and you'll be able to focus more significantly on that. But right now, the focus really needs to be on pleasure. It needs to be on joy. It needs to be on the things that really make you happy. This situation clearly does not make you happy, and it won't make you happy. It's an energy drain. It's an energy vampire situation. And again, there's nothing you can do about it. I have a feeling that these people will very quickly leave your sphere of influence. They will very quickly leave your life the minute you are bold and make the first move, because this is inspired action that is rooted in focus toward the things that feel good. Be careful with the justifications and rationalizations like, oh my gosh, I have to be loyal to that person. You know, that's my brother, right? Or it's my father or my mother. Like I have to keep trying, like we're blood related, or I have to keep trying that person who I employ, who's a crappy employee, but oh man, he's got all these problems with his family and I feel bad, I feel bad firing him because of all this stuff. Like 101 reasons why to not walk away. I guarantee there will be many, many, many more reasons to not walk away than there will be reasons to. The only reason to walk away, the only one reason, is because you don't like it. And I think for some of you, that's not a good enough reason. Because you're going to say, oh, well, maybe I need to learn, and maybe if I just this, and maybe if I just that, and maybe if I try, and maybe if I go, and maybe if this, and maybe if that. Right? Because that's what the world tells you need to do. Unfortunately, we do not have a culture that says, walk away from things that feel like crap. That's not our culture, right? We say, you got to work on things. You got to really put your time and energy into it. If you want it to grow, if you want it to get better, you got to work on it. I'm telling you, these people do not want to work on it. And you cannot be the only one working on it. And you do not want to be a slave to the situation. This is not a time for that. This is a time for empowerment. And I promise you, the Empress is a slave to no one. All right? And she is in a state of complete trust with the divine. And that is her choice, to completely trust. And through that trust, the divine can channel, and the divine can use her vessel for more creation. And that is what she knows to be true, and that is how she lives her life. And this death rebirth card signifies endings and beginnings, which we know with this Venus retrograde against Pluto. There is an old, outmoded way of doing things rooted in past that is done and over with as of right now. Drawing the line, never to be crossed again. It's very final. And I think you know that, and maybe that's one of the reasons why this defeat is so hard to swallow. It's because you know that it's over. You know that this is an end of all endings. That there is no coming back from this. I'm sorry, I'm kind of looking again at this karma card over here. It's not just your karma, you know, it's you witnessing other people living in their karma too. And looking at them and saying, I don't want this to be my karma. Like, I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be trapped in my own loop. I don't want to be trapped in my fear. I don't want to be trapped in politics and strange dynamics and projection and rumors and gossip. Like, I don't want to be trapped here. It's just this pool of disempowerment. It is this pool of victimhood. It is this pool of people who give everyone their power except themselves. Now, the Knight of Cups reversed is someone with no boundaries at all. No boundaries and no sense of privacy, not able to keep secrets. I feel like a very loose-mouthed person, right? Always manipulating a situation. Now, I feel like many of you will be kind of thinking what the heck is she talking about? I don't have anyone like that. If you don't have anyone like that in your life, you are very lucky, but I'm sure you will witness people like that and you will notice, and that will come into your consciousness to some degree. But it's coming into your consciousness not because you are that person, but to offer some level of contrast to kind of get you even more attuned to this sort of creation energy. Creation is a big theme coming out in all the readings this month, and you are no exception. Now, by escaping, I'm kind of even envisioning let's even use like the analogy, like a slave escaping captivity. All right, by escaping, you do not necessarily have a safe landing place. Right now, it's just about getting out of the situation. Right now, it is about disentangling and kind of cutting the cords, if you will, the energy cords with these people. So no, you don't have a soft landing place, and no, you don't necessarily have the highest levels of stability. But right now, the getting out of the situation is the most important part. The vision of what comes next will come later, right? The stirrings of creation are occurring, which is why the desire to leave is so strong. And it will be strong with Jupiter through Pisces for the whole year, pretty much. Jupiter comes through Pisces for the first 5 months, goes into Aries, and then retrogrades back into Pisces. So we're going to have a lot of Piscean, Jupiterian energy. And as Jupiter retrogrades against the last degree of Pisces, okay, over the last degree, this is going to, it's going to be like a 12th house, end of endings, all year. This might be a little bit of foreshadowing of what will come later on as well in 2022. There might be more of this kind of stuff for you to cut out. And you thought you already did all the cutting out. You thought you already were isolated. You thought you already were hermit mode. I mean, you thought you already were like leaving that stuff behind. And I think this is like a final flush of those vibrations in your life to truly ensure that you're not resonating there anymore. Like really, truly, you're not resonating, and therefore you're not attracting anymore. And when you stop attracting, you have created so much open space for a more focused, more empowered, stronger signal. And that's what the Page of Swords is really here to do, to learn how to send out a focused, clear signal to the universe that is unpolluted, unadulterated by all of this leakage. I'm really envisioning like a radio signal, right? Like, you know, when you're driving around town, there are like certain radios that have all the static and they kind of go in and out. And then there are certain stations that have very clear, loud sound. And we are wanting to train ourselves how to be the station, the emitter that emits the high volume, high clarity frequency. This is a part of that learning process. When you say you want to learn how to be a creator, the universe gives you the circumstances to learn how to be a creator. And you have to find your way out of those lessons. You found your way in. Now you have to find your way out using what you've learned. Okay. Let's pull out clarifiers. This is going to get a little messy because of Miss Annie here. Do we have reversals in here? Yes, we do. Okay, so we got reversals prepared for Libra. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box down below. We usually talk for another 20 to 30 minutes, usually around 30 minutes about these cards. So let's pull out for, now again, this is going to get really messy, but I'm a pushover and refuse to move my cat. So I am a slave to my cat. Yes, it's true. Okay. Page of Swords. Let's take a look at what else does Libra need to know regarding what the universe needs from them. Three of Swords reversed. Two of Coins. And Four of Cups. Now what we're going to do, we're just going to move all this just a little bit so we can actually do this normal. Oh gosh, the things I do for this cat. The love, I swear. All right. We're just going to go like this. We're just going to make a little bit just situated just a little differently. Okay. Now we're going to pull out cards for the karma, which is the environment, remember. Ace of Coins. Nine of Coins. Oh, beautiful. Ace of Wands. This is your environment. This is what's around you. This is what's available to you. Like this sort of escape, taking a leap of faith and going into a very risky place, right? It's actually not risky at all. The real risk is staying. So let's look at the Five of Wands, Ten of Cups. It's weird to think that the people that create so much trouble in your life are actually the reason that you are going to be able to actualize the greatest level of fulfillment. But that's kind of how it works. Eight of Swords. And they are creating trouble. And Four of Wands reverse. Another Four of Wands reverse. Interesting. It won't feel very stable. That's what happens when you have fourth house activity like that, right? It feels, especially with your ruling planet in retrograde in the fourth house. There's a lot of disruption to the building blocks of your life. Three of Cups reverse. We have a Nine. Oh, and a King, a Nine of Cups and a King of Cups reverse right next to the Knight of Cups reverse. Careful with those water signs. I mean, they're not bad people. I don't like them for you right now. There's an agenda. There's something hidden going on there, and I really don't like the vibe. Page of Swords. Yeah, stay alert. Stay detached. Wheel of Fortune. Eight of Wands reversed. Okay. Five of Cups reversed. Knight of Swords with a World reversed. Whole lot of people who are going nowhere fast. Queen of Coins. Hermit. What did I say? Queen of Swords reversed. That's you. Another Three of Swords reversed. Same as over here. Magician. Strength. Page of Cups. Two of Cups. I've been loving this Two of Cups lately this month. The Two of Cups is giving me such a great feeling. It does normally. It's a good card, but especially this month. I'll accidentally pull that too. Okay, so we have a Ten of Coins and a Five of Swords. Ten of Swords reversed. The Devil. Another Five of Wands, upright. Page of Coins. We have a Queen of Cups, another Cup reverse card, so weird. And a Nine of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Wands. Okay, so this is where we are going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. And yes, I am going to leave Miss Annie here, so it will still be messy. Link in the description box in the comment thread down below. All right, thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. Now, before we get into the specifics of what these cards mean, the kind of one of the themes that I'm feeling coming through all these cards is the theme of clarity and really ensuring that you are coming from a place of clarity when decisions are needing to be made, because your choices and your decisions, we have in this oracle card here, right? Movement, choices, and decisions. Your choices and decisions have big effects. So when you commit to something, when you sign the dotted line, when you say you're going to do this, or when you say you're going to, give that, it comes with a lot. And we don't want you committing to things that you're not really super on board with 3 weeks from now, right? Because then you're going to feel that sense of dread when you have to do it. You're going to feel that feeling of like, oh man, I really wish I did not do this. So we have this King of Swords here in the position that signifies what the universe needs from you. It needs the clarity. It needs that mindset. And it needs you to be very clear, especially with yourself, in terms of what is for you and what is not for you. Now, a lot of you are highly ambitious. Scorpio is a really ambitious sign, right? There's this quality of growth, of transformation, experimentation, innovation, change, right? You're kind of the sign that symbolizes the catalyst of all of those things, pushing the old out and making room for the new. So we want to make sure we're bringing in the right new stuff. And because the nodes are transitioning, of course, on the same day that Uranus goes direct, which is in Taurus, which is the zodiac sign opposite from you, change is a big deal. We have to expect powerful change. You're changing, which means your life is changing. In the environment, we have the Empress. Now, the Empress signifies that you have all the resources at your disposal, whether you can see it or not. And I think the knowingness, right, in the mind, in your intellectual, even your lower mind, right? We have Mercury, mind. This is lower mind type stuff. This is that voice that talks to you all day long. Even in that mind, you know that the universe is infinitely abundant, and that you don't really have hang-ups. You don't really have resistance. You don't really have lack. And if you are in any way, shape, or form telling yourself that, what you are doing, in effect, is pushing the Empress away. You are pushing away the abundance that is available to you and creating scarcity for yourself in a way that is completely unnecessary. The money will absolutely show up in probably a way that, you can't really foresee right now. We also have this companion card right here. Now, with this particular deck, we have light attributes and we have shadow attributes. Now, on the light attribute side, we have loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness. On the shadow side, we have betrayal by misusing confidences and loss of personal identity. Now, companionship is going to be a point of focus for Scorpio, also Taurus, because of the nodal transit through your sign. It's a 1 house, 7th house aspect, or 1st house rather, if I could talk. 1st house, 7th house aspect. And it's going to highlight the relationships in your life. And if you have shadow attribute companions, where there is this sort of enmeshment or this sort of melding together of energies to the point where you don't really have a sense of individuality anymore, this is going to be a month with the Venus retrograde up against your ruling planet Pluto. It's really going to put an end to those things, and you're going to have to step into that autonomous place, right? Making decisions from only your mind. On the other hand, if you have healthy relationships in your life, romantic or otherwise, this is a time of great support, where your companions, your partners, your friends, whomever, your companions, they are 100% in the back seat cheering you on, and they want to see you succeed. But I think there are things that you have to really work out within yourself first in order to really open up these doors, because the first card that we have out here is the Devil. And the Devil can be beautiful because it is Saturnian, right? Now, a lot of people say Saturn is terrible, and he can definitely bring some difficult stuff into our lives, but he's also the sign that symbolizes harvest. We have the Empress card here saying there's plenty to harvest. He's a planet. The Devil is an entity of accomplishment, achievement, reaching the finish line. And I think that's where you're at right now. And I think you're going to have to really push yourself. You have to push yourself over that finish line, because I know for a fact you guys got a lot of stuff started a few months ago. And you may be in that really weird middle ground place, right? You're in that no man's land, which is somewhere in between the beginning and the end. And this is the point where you have to really buckle down. We are in Capricorn season. You have to buckle down and do the work. You have to do the dirty work. This is the trenches, getting in the fields, cutting down the wheat with the scythe, which is really what Saturn is. It's the scythe, right? That curved blade that cuts down the wheat. It's this back-breaking work. And I think committing to that is the best commitment that you can make. It is the best choice. And I feel like with shape-shifting, powerful change, I feel like with a little bit of imbalance in your life toward the goal, right? Kind of purposefully tilting the scales for the purpose of accomplishing something is going to take you really far, really fast. But some of you are not necessarily operating with a very clear mission. And that's why the Hierophant is reversed right here, because it's important now, because we don't want you to do back-breaking work for nothing, right? Or for something that you don't really care about, or that you're not truly invested in, especially if it's some kind of a relationship. We don't want you bending over backwards for someone who isn't fighting for the same thing as you. We want you to be building something that is purposeful. It has utility. It has, you know, there's financial rewards, there's love, or whatever it is on the other side of it. And so I think there's a kind of need to be a brief moment of truth for you throughout January at some point in time that says, is this really the track I want to be on? Are these really the values that I hold in my life? And I think you're going to have a little bit of, something is going to turn up on its head, I think, a little bit with this Venus retrograde going on. It's going to turn over on its head and say, well, that's not really, you know, like, let's say you have a relationship, but your partner is embodying the shadow attributes. There's a loss of personal identity, and you may find yourself kind of caught between loving that person and caring for that person, but also wanting to live your independent life. And you're going to have to really hunker down with yourself and ask, is this truly the kind of relationship that I want? And is this the kind of relationship that is beneficial for what I want as well? Can this person be truly supportive or not? Because if they've completely lost their identity in you, Scorpio, it might not really be the most supportive connection. And I feel like a brief moment of pause to sort some things out in your heart and in your head, because with the 10 of Cups in the reversal, I see that there is some kind of pie in the sky situation. Now, Jupiter is in Pisces, and that's the negative side of Jupiter through Pisces. Now, Jupiter through Pisces, I will be saying for the first 5 months and the last part of the year, this is a time of hope and optimism, and this is a time to completely delimit yourself in any way, shape, or form, right? There are no limits in terms of what you should believe. There are no limits in terms of what you should aim for. I mean, go for the gold here, like for real, shoot for the end of the rainbow, because even though you have no idea how it's going to come to fruition, the Jupiter through Pisces, along with Neptune through Pisces, and later on through April, when we have Venus through Pisces, there is going to be so much belief in the possibility that it could be real, or that you could have it, or that it could be beneficial, or that it could work out. And that is what is going to carry you through to the actual accomplishment of something. But the dangerous side is delusion. Right? And that there's that fine line there sometimes, because you can sit there and you can say, well, am I believing in a delusion, or am I believing in something that could actually really happen? I would say that if it involves someone else changing, it's a delusion. Now you're a King of Swords here, but when I pulled out this 9-card block, I saw this King of Swords reversed in the center of the reading. Normally I would connect these two, but I can't do that because I'm seeing the Scorpio card here in the upright. I'm kind of linking the upright kings to you, Scorpio, and the reversal to the energy of someone else. And because we have the companion card, I do feel like there is someone else involved. Now, I don't like the King of Swords reverse, and I especially don't like him reversed in the center of the reading because I feel like it's kind of a black hole of energy, that there's this kind of drainage that is happening through this King of Swords, and it is because this King of Swords has everything really screwed up in their head. Like they're not on the right wavelength at all. And I feel strongly that many of you are going to have to be, I feel like there's a resistance of truth with that person, with that relationship, with that connection. There's a resistance to truth. There's a resistance to admit who that person is. There's a resistance to admit whether you really even like them or not. Because maybe prior commitments, prior obligations have kept you here. This is why you've continued to put in all that you have put in. But with Venus retrograde over Pluto, I just don't know how much more you have to really give. This is a very testing time for all mirror relationships, right? Every relationship is some kind of a mirror. It's a very trying time. Venus retrograde in Capricorn, which is a very realistic sign, against Pluto, which forces truth, which means you can't run away here. You can't deny anymore. And I feel like this Ace of Swords reversed with the Hierophant, with the Nine of Wands reversed, this is kind of you just like giving in to this truth that you know is true, that you haven't wanted to allow it to be true because you've continually fed yourself a story, writing it off as a belief rather than a delusion. It's such a fine line between a belief and a delusion. And knowing the distinction is very important. Belief is a powerful ingredient for manifestation, for creation. It's necessary in many ways, but it can also be like it can fuel things that aren't worth fueling. Let's just say that. Because Pisces is so heavily activated and will be so heavily activated throughout the whole of 2022, right? Because Jupiter comes through for the first 5 months, moves into Aries, and then retrogrades back into Pisces. So, I mean, the notion of self-sacrifice, the notion of giving at your own detriment, it's there. It could be with a parent, could be with a lover, could be with a friend, with a child, with someone within your neighborhood, another mom at school, like whatever it is. And this Two of Swords says it's time to make a decision. It's time for you to go within your heart and to be brutally honest. And I think Sagittarius season was also a time of brutal honesty as well. Scorpio season too, like we're moving into the winter time, and this is a time for harsh truths. It is a time for harsh reality. It is a time for us to kind of wake up to what is going on, wake up to where we've let things slide, where we've let things go, where we've gotten a little bit loose, where we've lost ourselves, where we've, gotten off track. We get to sort of slap ourselves awake and say, okay, wake up now. You're not in the dream anymore. This is real. This is your real life. And we want to accomplish X, Y, and Z. And does this King of Swords reverse companionship? Does it truly embody loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness? Or is it the opposite of that? Is there a loss of personal identity? Or is there a betrayal by misusing confidence? I feel that the release of this vibration in your life is going to catalyze a lot of other things in your life. And the tricky thing with this is you may perceive this as a waving of the white flag, a surrender. You may perceive this as a loss or as a defeat of some kind. You may perceive this as though, you know, you're giving up. But I would say the contrary, that is actually a mark of strength to be able to walk away from something like this. Now, this is, you know, again, it doesn't have to be your spouse per se, but I mean, this is hard. Like, this is a hard line to draw in the sand, and it is not without adequate consideration. I think this has been a long time coming for Scorpio. I think this has been something that is, you know, it has crossed your mind, but that you quickly cut out of your thought processes because you don't even want to go there. Or you don't even want to go there. You don't even want to entertain the thought, because the thought of cutting this vibration out of your life is so huge. And I think that it is huge. Now, this may not be a person, it may be a past trauma as well. It may be a memory or a ghost of something that is resurfacing over and over. And in a way, that particular vibration has become a companion. It's become the little devil on your shoulder here. Whatever, you know, some of you it's a real person, some of you it's not. But like I said, this is about clarity. And I would say that for many of you, a lack of clarity will keep this negative vibration in your life. Or let's not say negative, let's say lower vibration. Will keep this lower vibration in your life. I feel that what this person thinks about you is important. What other people might think of you is important. And maybe that's what needs to be dropped. Because really, no one's really thinking about you. No one's really judging you, right? Anytime someone casts a judgment, we know they're just judging themselves. That's all it is. So let's go ahead and pull out some clarifiers. I have a feeling there's going to be some interesting things that come out during this comprehensive. So let's go ahead and start with the King of Swords. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. And the link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. And we take a look at the King of Swords. Okay, 10 of Wands reversed and the 9 of Wands reversed. See what I mean? The universe needs you to just drop the heaviness, to just drop the burden. It's like kind of telling you, like, just stop trying. Just stop trying to put in effort. Stop trying to make this be something that it just isn't. 5 of Wands. An Ace of a lot of Wands. This is coming from a very passionate place. Plus, we also have the King of Cups in the upright position here, which is, of course, the Scorpio card. Is deeply emotional. So there's an emotional and a spiritual quality coming through. Seven of Coins in the environment. 7 of Wands reversed. And we have a 10 of Coins in the environment. Don't be fooled. You don't really need that person, okay? If there's a financial loss by getting rid of this, there will be financial gain on the other side. Now we have the Devil. 4 of Cups. 6 of Cups. 7 of Cups, interesting. Okay, now for 10 of Cups reversed, High Priestess. Did I get 2? Oh no, just 1. Another King of Cups upright, and the Fool. There is a quality of cutting yourself loose that's coming through. Cut yourself loose. Cut your ties. Okay, well, we accidentally got 4. Okay, we got Justice reversed, 9 of Swords reversed, 7 of Coins, and Page of Cups. Another 7 of Coins coming out. 9 of Wands reversed. The Lovers. Page of Swords. 9 of Coins. It's a sign of self-respect. Another 2 of Swords. See, yeah, there is some kind of decision with this King of Swords. Some kind of choice that needs to be made. And a 10 of Coins reversed. This person is a drain. 5 of Coins. This person is definitely a drain. And it's tough. 2 of Swords. Ace of Swords. Upright this time. Sun reversed. Yeah, I feel like Capricorn season is going to ask you to do something that you hoped you never had to do. But even that hope you never had to do it, is still kind of keeping that energy alive. And now you're having to confront that thing that you hoped you wouldn't have to do. 8 of Swords. And it has a lot to do with communication, by the way, because of 3rd house activation with all the Capricorn stuff, right? And these nodes transitioning are absolutely going to shake up your relationships and your connections. I mean, that's no doubt. Ooh, we got the Chariot. I love that. Because I do feel that this person is a hindrance to where you want to go, to your goals. They're not helping. They're making it worse. And, ooh, an Emperor at the bottom of the deck. I love we got the Emperor, the King of Swords and the Emperor. A lot of strength coming through Scorpio, as we would expect. Okay, so let's go ahead and pick up here. So we're going to leave you here. If you want to join me for the comprehensive, you are more than welcome. Again, the link in the description box and the comment thread down below. All right, thanks so much. Take care. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to your January 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to start with the Queen of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe really needs from you right now. So this is a Libra card, right? Libra, cardinal air, Queen of Swords. Libra rules the 11th house in your chart. And what I'm really feeling is a strong sense of detachment from things, being able to really elevate yourself from not necessarily people or relationships or things like that, more so detaching yourself from outcomes or detaching yourself from desired outcomes and immediate gratification. Because when I do a kind of an overview of this particular reading, I feel like patience, the waiting game, right? Patience is very important. Getting distracted, moving on to something too quickly right now may be detrimental to the seeds that you planted last year. And when I look in the environment and I see the warrior, the Emperor, I got the warrior right here, the Emperor, the energy that I feel is the energy of someone that you highly respect. And this could be anyone. I mean, it could be someone within your industry or your field. It could be your romantic partner. It could be a father figure, whatever. It's someone that you respect. And this is someone who really knows when to pounce and when to hold back. And I feel that there's an observance going on, Queen of Swords toward the Emperor. You're observing this other person and you're observing their methods, because I feel like this person is where you would like to be, especially financially, okay? Because we have strong second house stuff going on. And I know that money has been on your mind for quite some time. There's been a lot of money movement for Sagittarians because there's been heavy, heavy Capricorn energy. And so this is someone that financially you respect, and also in terms of their accomplishments and their prestige and really just who they are and how they carry themselves. And there's a quality, it's not that you want to like be like them or anything. It's not that you want to copy them. It's just that those are things that I feel are trying to come forward through you. And this Venus retrograde is really doing the whole mirror thing, okay, right? The people that we see out there are mirroring something back to us. It may not be the exact same thing. It could be mirroring back desires. It could be mirroring back things we don't like. It could be a myriad of things. But I think this is something that, standards that you yourself would like to live up to. Now, I look at this Seven of Coins. I'm jumping ahead just a little bit, okay? The Seven of Coins. And I love the image on this card because the coins are like under the dirt and there's this little sprout coming out. And I feel that the things that you planted last year are just beginning to sprout. But if you were to jump ship right now, right? If you were to redirect your energy, if you were to start something new, these would never fully grow, and the new things might not necessarily take hold. We have this void of course moon energy coming through, which is interesting because we don't really like to make big moves. It's not usually recommended to make big moves while we have a void of course moon energy. This is a kind of a little bit of a, just wait a couple hours and you're good, right? Just say wait through January and you'll be fine. I'm not saying don't do anything, right? I'm just saying like make sure that you are tending to the things you've already planted, even if there is something boring about those things, right? Because sometimes it loses its novelty. Sometimes it doesn't grow as quickly. It doesn't grow, it's not as impressive right away. But that's the beautiful thing about the Emperor is the Emperor knows. And this is also the essence of Capricorn season as well. It is never about instant gratification, ever. That the real growth, the real wealth, the real feelings of fulfillment and satisfaction come from longevity. It comes through perseverance. And I feel like with this work through your fears card, that the only real obstacle that you have is yourself. And this is something that all mutable signs, and I can speak to this as a Virgo, okay, I've got a lot of Virgo in my chart, and I have Uranus and Sag. So, I very much understand the spontaneity and the adaptability and the changeability of a mutable energy. Especially for you guys as a fire sign, not to mention that we've got Mars in Sagittarius as well. The nodes are leaving, so you're stabilizing, and Mars wants to just really go after stuff. Now, there are things you can start, right? Like if it's not related to your big goals, by all means, like start small things. If it helps with sort of kind of immediate gratification a little bit, it's kind of like, an appetizer before a big meal, or if it's kind of like a little bite of something sweet just to sort of satiate that desire. But I wouldn't go whole hog on it and just like devour something completely new, because we need a lot of energy and a lot of resources to continue to be dedicated continually toward this Seven of Coins. We have this warrior card here. Now, this warrior has light attributes and shadow attributes, all right? So this says strength, skill, discipline, and toughness of will. And I think this is what the Emperor is showing you. Look, this is a toughness of will. This has a lot to do with self-sacrifice in conquering the ego, stoicism, heroism. Stoicism coming out beautifully with the Queen of Swords with that 11th house activation. All right. We have to detach from ourselves enough to understand where the energy needs to be allocated. And I guarantee you that if you really sat with yourself, you and I both know that the 7 of Coins thing that you got started last year is exactly what you want to put your resources into, because you know that the potential of that is huge. It's not just a little game. It's not just a little bit of money. It's not just kind of a situationship. This is like the real deal kind of stuff. And we don't want to abandon it too early, because the shadow attribute says trading ethical principles for victory at any cost, indifference to the suffering inflicted on others. Now, I don't necessarily see you kind of taking on the shadow attribute. I don't really see that in the reading, and I don't even really see that coming through anybody else either, just to kind of help you guys be aware of that. I see the light attribute coming through. Strength, skill, discipline, and toughness of will. And there's someone in your environment that is absolutely showing you what that is and what that means. Work through your fears, right? This is to work through your fears of, missing out on something else. Is it a FOMO thing, right? Can I still say that? Does that age me? But I'm getting a sense that a fear of not experiencing one thing, it's worth sacrificing that for the sake of fully experiencing the thing that you already set in motion with the sun. I mean, this creation here, by the way, is fully powered with the sun. I mean, it's getting all the energy. Your vibration is there. Your thoughts are there. I mean, to abandon it now would be a very silly choice. It is a choice, and you can do that. But I think it would be a very silly choice. Now, I don't necessarily think that this is something, with a toxic person, okay? I'm not seeing this as necessarily even being a relationship thing. It could be, but I feel like it's more in the realm of endeavors, like an endeavor or a venture of some kind, a new project, something creative that you're putting out there. Because the sun energy, that's what the sun does. It creates, it brings life into things. And I feel that the wholeheartedness that you once had, it may have had to go a little bit dormant, but now it's time to consciously choose to continually to supercharge that thing. Even when, because it is Capricorn season, we do have a Venus retrograde. We have, the nodes transitioning now into 6th house, 12th house. So there are things happening, and it may feel like the channels or like the inflow is a little bit plugged up with the Ace of Coins. Void of course moon. Something is missing. Something isn't really coming through. Something isn't fully manifesting. We have to keep coming back to the Emperor, which is about perseverance. I don't even necessarily see significant problem solving here. I don't know that that's even really the issue. It's not about problem solving. It's not about strategy. It's just about fluidity, going with the flow. And in a way, 2nd house, there is a stubbornness coming through here as well. And kind of leaving it up to fate. We have the Wheel of Fortune here, leaving it up to fate or destiny to bring what you need, and being entirely open to unique ideas and unique people and unique situations to help this grow even that much more. Now, the Two of Swords suggests that you may be at some type of a crossroads, and you may come up against an Ace of Coins reversed and a Wheel of Fortune reversed, and you may choose Knight of Coins reversed. You may be like, I don't want to do any more work on this. I don't want to do any more work on this. I don't want to invest in this anymore. I don't want to put anything else left into it. And I think that's going to be the tendency through January. It gets boring. It gets dull. I'm going to be honest. These are not the most exciting cards. 7 of Coins, Knight of Coins, the waiting game, work through your fears, Warrior, Void of Course Moon. It's not exciting. But this is the test. This is Capricorn season in its fullest manifestation, right? Only those that persevere are going to win. Only those that keep going are going to realize the true rewards. And now, for those of you who identify with the divine feminine, you got the Queen of Swords here. There is that sort of chaotic fluidity, changeability, kind of feminine thing going on. And you may feel like you want to be more whimsical, but I see that this Emperor here is a reminder, like, yeah, but you got to have the feminine masculine balance. It can't be all masculine and it can't be all feminine. It has to be both. And so while this part of you may need some outlet of some kind, this part of you is going to need to continue to supercharge some target that you've set. And unfortunately, I do feel a mundaneness coming out. I feel the boringness, the mundaneness, the tediousness. You know, it's just motion. Just the motion. You provide the sunlight, you make sure it's got soil, and you water it. It's just every day, same thing every day. And yes, it gets a little dull. But you have to keep in mind your vision, Two of Wands. You have to keep in mind the dream. And you have to give credit to this little sprout that is only this big, the little results that you've seen, and say, well, I still have results. Because what happens is exponential growth. Right? We know that curve that kind of like goes flat, 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 kind of goes up, and then all of a sudden, boom, it gets really big, really fast. And you may still be kind of in this flat place, but you also don't want to abandon ship before it, boom, hits that peak. It's like abandoning a stock right before it skyrockets, right? Like that sucks. And I feel like there is something about to skyrocket, not in January, but probably at some point through 2022, the Wheel of Fortune coming out, you know, Ace of Wands and the Ace of Coins and the Ace of Wands both reversed. I feel like these aces being in the reversal are a very real signification that says, Sagittarius, stay put. Stay put. Don't be emotional, right? Stoicism and self-sacrifice and conquering the ego. This is the epitome of delayed gratification, and the strength that you need is here. Because the new beginning that we're seeing is not the new beginning of the things that start in January. It's the new beginnings of the things that you're already seeing sprout. There is a new beginning from something that you planted 6 months ago or 8 months ago or whenever it was. And see, you may be feeling a bit discouraged because maybe 8 months ago you started something and it has only grown that big. But the Emperor knows that 8 months is like no time at all. Laughable. It's a laughable amount of time when it comes to growing fortunes, when it comes to growing this magnificent lifestyle or whatever it is. It's nothing. This is someone who plans in the decades. He has decade plans. He doesn't mess around with like the yearly stuff because what's the point, right? Think of where this will be in 10 years or 9 years if it's already been a year or so. Think of how much growth it could go through. Now, the energy of other people that is coming in is pressure. Like, I don't see a person here, but I do see pressure. I see people pressuring you to move into a new thing or trying to distract you, placing these choices in front of you. And I also see them saying, oh, well, see, that didn't come through. Move on. Oh, see, it's not really connecting. It's not really working. It's not really turning over. Like they're going to have all these things. You have to be able to tune out this noise because it is noise and it is not helpful. And with, Lilith still in Gemini, even though the nodes are moving through December, then Lilith is still in Gemini, and she is still, there's a lot of people got a lot to say. A lot of people got a lot to say, and it's not necessarily beneficial for you at all. Okay, let's go ahead and pull out some clarifier cards for this, because I think there's going to be some interesting things that come out. Let's go ahead and start with the Queen of Swords. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about like 30 minutes additional about these cards. So let's start with the Queen of Swords. Ace of Wands. What else does Sagittarius need to know? What does the universe need from Sagittarius? Three of Cups. Beautiful. Nine of Coins. What else does Sagittarius need to know about their environment? Oh, we got two cards. Okay, 10 of Cups reversed, 3 of Swords. Ace of Swords. Beautiful. Okay. Now, the Sun. Ooh, another Wheel of Fortune reversed. Now, I'm not worried about the reversal because a wheel is always spinning. So upright or reverse, it kind of is just the same thing. It's just things turning over. So the Sun with the Wheel of Fortune, that's like getting a double whammy of the Sun. It's a really positive omen. See, Ace of Cups. Now, the Ace of Cups is upright while these are reversed. Oh, and then we got the 6 of Swords. Okay. 7 of Coins. Another 9 of Coins matches that. Another Sun. Wow. Beautiful. 4 of Cups. 2 of Coins reversed. Another Emperor. 8 of Cups. 4 of Wands, 8 of Swords, and the Hanged Man. For the Knight of Coins, 10 of Swords, 7 of Cups reversed, Nine of Swords, Judgment reversed, 5 of Coins reversed with the Wheel of Fortune. Guys, it makes sense that money is weird. It could be good weird, could be bad weird. I don't know, just weird with the Venus retrograde thing, with Pluto in the second house, with the Sun, with a Mercury retrograde. You know, it makes sense. Mercury retrograde doesn't start until the 14th. In Aquarius, and then it moves back into Capricorn and comes up against the degree with Venus and Pluto. So it's just a weird money retrograde for you guys. So don't be discouraged if there's a financial shakeup to some degree. 2 of Wands, 3 of Coins, 2 of Wands, another 2 of Wands, beautiful, and a 5 of Swords. 9 of Wands, 2 of Cups, Hierophant, High Priestess, Lovers, 3 of Cups, and the Hermit reversed. Okay. All right, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you guys want to join, you are more than welcome. I'm going to leave you with that. Thank you so much. You guys know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing January, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.